us. Good morning. I'd like to call the Planning Commission hearing to order, please. Welcome everyone to our May 26th hearing, which is a special hearing on the El Paso County Master Plan. You'll recall that we had a first hearing on the matter on May 5th, and that this is a continuation of that hearing, which is constituting the second public meeting on our adoption process. On our agenda, I don't believe we've got any adjustments to that, but I believe the first item would be any additional public testimony. I think we've got a few folks that are here wanting to speak to the Planning Commission on this topic. Then we'll review the changes that were discussed and made as a result of the May 5th hearing, and then proceed from there. I don't know if staff has any opening comments that you'd like to make prior to your presentation, but if not, I think I probably need to identify the voting members of the Planning Commission today. So present and voting will be Commissioner Bailey, Commissioner Fuller, Commissioner Trowbridge, Commissioner Treese, Commissioner Jack, Commissioner Moraes, Commissioner Carlson, and the chair. I believe Ms. Nunez is not available to participate today, is that correct? And that also Mr. Greer is not available today.
Correct.
Mr. Greer, are you online?
That I am. I'll be listening to.
Excellent. And my understanding, though, Mr. Greer, is that you are going to try to participate as much as possible. However, you may or may not be able to vote because of your schedule today, assuming that we get to a vote. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. I'm going to abstain from voting, but I will be participating to the extent possible.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So with that, does staff have any opening remarks?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Planning Commission. Opening remarks makes it sound like we're having a trial, but hopefully it doesn't digress into that. Craig Dossie, Executive Director of Planning and Community Development. So today we kind of see the lineup as being just a brief introduction by myself. I want to have Mark get up and go through the background on the process, how we got to this point. I think there's been some discussion. I know the Gazette has been interested in that as a result of some comments they got from at least one member of the public. Obviously, it's been a very long process, and I want to make sure that everybody understands what went into this. I know we covered it in extensive detail at the first hearing, but perhaps not everybody was listening during that portion, so I want to make sure that that has been adequately covered. John Halsey is going to get up and cover some of the efforts along the way and how we had to kind of pivot from what we had originally planned as a result of many different things, not the least of which was a global pandemic, and cover kind of how we adjusted on that. And then lastly, and probably the meat of the presentation, I want to have Mark get up and go through the itemized changes in red line form so you can see exactly where those are. They're not in a spreadsheet. We felt like it was more effective for you to see exactly where we're talking about in the plan. He's got a PowerPoint with details on every one of those changes. Mr. Chair, if we could get through that, and then we'd maybe have a starting point for any additional comments after that. So if we can get through those changes and everybody agree to those changes, then we'd have a starting point for any additional changes as it relates to additional public comment, if you're okay with that approach.
I believe that makes sense. Just so I understand, you're wanting to have Mark and John update us briefly, then we'll take some additional public testimony if there is any, and then go through the detailed changes.
If that's okay with you, just kind of wrap up what we talked about the last hearing maybe, and then moving forward from whatever we hear today.
I think that makes sense unless any of the other commissioners disagree.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mark, have Mark go through a brief history of the overall process, and then have John kind of backfill on some of the specific details of what happened along the way. Thank you.
Mark Gebhardt, Development Services Department. I'm trying to impress you here. This is the information we ended up providing the Planning Commission through this process of all the comments and information that we'd received, the staff report and documents. And this is not the master plan itself. This is the information that leads up to that process. We didn't have a prepared presentation today, so we're going to pull up some stuff from prior presentations. This is a second hearing relative to the process. Would we go till 4 o'clock the last hearing, something like that? A very extensive presentation. We've had additional public comments since that time, and we'll go over some of those, and I think we provided those to you, including some that occurred yesterday afternoon that we've provided to you. Those have also been put out on the website and on our eDARP system as well. Nina, where am I going to find the prior PowerPoint? This one right here?
Yep, that one right there.
We'll wait for a second for this to load up, and if I experience technical difficulties, I've got great help behind me that So this was our presentation at the May 5th hearing and discussion. We went through this process of how we developed the master plan. If there are any people listening online, you may note that we advertised this hearing in the Gazette. Our PIO issued additional information. I heard about it even on the Fox News this morning, since PIO sent out additional press releases. And there could be some people listening online as well as in present. It is very nice to be here without a mask and to allow these meetings to go forward in that scenario. I was the project manager for this project. A number of county staff have been involved. Lauren Testosten, I have a hard time pronouncing her name, is our PIO officer who's helped with this process. John Housel is present in the audience and will speak later. We had an advisory committee through this process. They met over 20 times through that process. Through the scenario, at least 4 members of the Planning Commission had some association with that advisory committee. And the Planning Commission representatives, Tom Bailey and Tim Trowbridge, that were present the vast majority of all those meetings going through that process. We utilized an online website for information distribution. We did have some comments at the the last Master Plan Advisory Committee meeting wasn't up for the minutes, and that's in part because there was not a subsequent entity to approve those minutes after the advisory committee took their action. We didn't have any further meetings. Background, why we needed a new master plan, and this is really for the audience. You've heard it a number of times before. We have a whole lot of land use applications that are occurring. We have a lot of growth pressures. We have outdated and disconnected existing plans. The most recent one is 2008 time period. The oldest one is the 1977 time period for small area plans. Those plans did not connect the dots together, which is why we tried to do, or are attempting here through this process, to do an overall master plan that connects those dots and those pieces of ground together and doesn't compartmentalize each of those small area plans that had been previously done. The statutory provision is that the Planning Commission's role is to adopt the master plan. That still creates some confusion in the world. It is not the Board of Commissioners who adopts the master plan, it's the Planning Commission. There have been some suggestions that we did not involve the Planning Commission enough. It's not their plan. I think we would tend to disagree based upon the involvement we've had and the updates that we've had with the Planning Commission on a very frequent basis throughout the process of this plan. So as we go forward with the plan, the current master plan is the policy plan. That's the overarching document from 1998. There's some great goals and policies in there that we've brought forward through this process. Then there are small area plans. Then there are topical elements. We're not changing the topical elements. Those remain as a part of the process. The drainage basin plans remain as a part of the process because, and they are retained because to establish drainage basin fees, you have to have drainage basin master plans. That's a creature of state statute. And there are a number of older sketch plans that would be eliminated through this process. And the reason they're eliminated is because they date from 1982 to 1986, and they've already been zoned or implemented or fully expired and been replaced by something else. So there's no need to have those sketch plans in there anymore. And you'll see in the revised resolution, I believe Tracy had sent out, I made a proposed change to add that the drainage basin plans and listed those that are being retained. That was an amendment to that resolution. So we're replacing these plans, and then we are using the new plan to implement the county's vision, to develop development, or to evaluate development proposals going forward, rezonings and others, to establish a regulatory framework, to potentially revise the land development code to ultimately implement the master plan. And that's a real reason to, for a master plan, is then your regulations then follow what that master plan provides for. I'm going to zip through some of these because we've been through them before, and I'm doing some of this for the audience as well that may be listening. This started as a 2-year effort. We had planned to be completed in 2020. The pandemic hit. We didn't have meetings for 6 months or 9 months. There was a real challenge at having those meetings. We utilized the board-appointed advisory committee. A website was created, also on our department website. There's a number of reasons why we did this plan, combining the others. There's a whole series of other documents that have been created. In fact, this is even outdated because there's new IGAs and other things that are going forward with the city of Colorado Springs that aren't even listed here. Plan COS is done, Monument, Fountain, Manitou, Green Mountain Falls, transportation plans being updated next year, but it's only 4 years old at present. The Water Master Plan is recent. JLUS plans were approved last year. The 208 plans were approved last year. So these are all things that have happened. We listed the Broadband Master Plan, but that's the Broadband Strategic Plan, and that was a change we're making through the regulation, or through the documents. And the Destination Master Plan was also done, and that's a requirement now by state statute that you need to address that. So these are all things that show why it's important to do this now. So the planning process, I'm getting to where I'm supposed to get to. We didn't just come up with a whim and do this at the end. It started out with a project initiation. This occurred in December, January of 2018. That's where we started meeting with the consultant, and then we did interviews. There were a series of interviews with all the local government entities, planning departments, federal agencies, school districts, fire districts. That was the start of the process. Those were all interviewed as a part of development of the master plan to get an idea of what was concerning those people. Where did we need to go with this master plan? Then we went through community outreach and engagement. We went more into the public. There was 8 meetings at various locations. I had the pleasure of attending all of them. Some were larger group meetings, some were narrow focus meetings for certain areas of the county. Consultant then did a demographic analysis and a market analysis. That became the existing conditions report. That's where you are now, that then leads to where you need to go into the future. And through that process, the visions, goals, and objectives were created. And then you start to go into the details of the plan, of the place types and the individual components. We're now at the plan adoption, plan document, the final document, and then the adoption process. This is a quick picture of who was on the committee and as a part of this process. Sorry if I'm boring the Planning Commission, but there are people that may have not seen some of this before. We don't intend to go through our whole presentation that we went through last time. This was an important discussion occurs in that these small area plans tend to compartmentalize and overlap each other. And many people don't realize that. If you weren't a part of this process, you may not recognize that that has happened, especially in this areas in Black Forest and Falcon Payton, in some areas up here in the Tri-Lakes and Black Forest area. We have no Eastern County plan. We have no Fountain Valley plan. So the thought process through this was you either have this choice of individually updating all these plans that are compartmentalized or try to put together a larger plan together for the whole county. And that's what we tried to do as the larger plan. Oh. You know, where's the button? I have to go to the next one. It won't let me click it. I had the same problem last time.
Yeah. This one, if you click it.
No.
Yeah, just don't click it there.
Well, how do I get to the next one? Click it over on that side? Oh, okay.
Right there.
See, that disappeared for me. So again, this is the reasons why. See, I forewarned you that I'd have the technological challenges up here. That's why I have assistance. These are some of the reasons why. We don't have plans, overlapping plans. Falcon, Payton, and Ellicott plans can overlap. The Black Forest and Tri-Lakes plans. We've had a lot of issues previously in plans in the Tri-Lakes area where it was inconsistent in what the plans recommended. So, at the start, we did the community outreach and the surveys, or after we did the initial public comments from review from agencies that we met with, and we had over 3,000 people that were part of this response to those surveys. We went to a series of meetings. I went to Chambers of Commerce, county fair, presentations at various locations through time. And it's easy to forget that we did all this stuff 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago. But we did a huge effort to try to get involvement. You may have seen one of the comments we received from someone that says, well, you only had 3,800 contacts or responses from people and you had 722 people in the county. That's a small percentage. I think we did pretty good with having contact with these in the original start of the process. You can't reach everyone, and 600,000 of that 700,000 are in municipalities. Well, 550,000 are in the municipalities, and the other 200 approximately outside the city limits. So we've been through that process. I want to remind people that part of the process in developing the plan is trying to differentiate between that which is urban and that which is rural. And our land development code and other regulations say rural is anything larger than 2.5 acres, primarily focused on residential lots. And urban is less than 2.5 acres. And urban typically requires central water and central sewer. And rural or large lot is individual well and septic, but could have central water and sewer if that was potentially available. And so those were fairly hard lines we drew in this planning process. So I brought this forward. You remember this is the original zoning map from 1942. This is the areas of what they were zoned, and you can see how far out in the countryside Palmer Park was. And actually, this is essentially Palmer Park and Union, right where my finger is, right in there. That wasn't even developed at that time. Interestingly enough, the Broadmoor was being developed after the 1942 time period, a large part of it, but the Broadmoor was county jurisdiction until the 1970s, and people tend to forget that kind of discussion. So that really is that background of what we tried to do to get there through that process. I'm happy to go into more detail into those slides, but our approach here was that we'd go through some of that background, get you back to where we were, and then John Housel is going to speak a little bit about where the process is, and then we're going to go into greater detail on potential changes that have really come up in the last couple of weeks to correct a few words here and do a few little changes here. Is that okay?
Any questions for Mark right now? Just one comment that I'd like to share, in addition to all of the other public outreach items and touch points that you mentioned, I think it's important to also note that you alluded to it, but this body has had regular updates every other week for the last 2 years on the master plan process. And we've also had the opportunity over that span of 2 years for members of the public to come and comment on the process or to address this body at any of those bi-weekly hearings. So I just want to include that in the list of opportunities for folks to be involved with the process. And certainly those that follow the Planning Commission are folks that are presumably interested in things like a master plan or the planning process in the county.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commission, it's good to be back again today. John Housel with Housel Levine, the lead consultant on the project. So again, no long presentations. I just want to make a few comments and sort of explain a couple of things. Don't need to reiterate the fact that it's been a long process, 2+ years, and an extensive and very thorough process. We've heard from Mark and myself last time about all the different activities and events that took place over the last 2+ years to ensure we were as engaging as possible, given all the conditions that unfolded. And that went from one-on-one interviews to small group discussions, to countywide discussions, to focused area discussions, to face-to-face activities, collateral and distribution of materials online and hard copy, as well as events that included both live audience and virtual participation via Facebook Live at the same time, including polling. So I won't go back and reiterate the extent to which outreach has been had. Several thousand people engaged in any planning process is a win. I've done comprehensive planning processes for the last 20 years across the country, more than 130 probably myself. Whenever you have engagement up into the thousands, that is a success. I don't know that I've ever worked, or anyone has ever worked on a comprehensive plan where there was a statistically valid sample size of participants. It just doesn't happen. I mean, if you hire a firm and pay them $20,000, they could do a phone campaign and keep track of how many people pick up the receiver and ask a question. But in terms of outreach and engagement, several thousand people is a very successful amount of participation. So sort of assessing the success of outreach based on a percentage of population is never done. And it's not an indication of true participation. I think it's also important to note that it is, I would say, an almost unrealistic expectation to think that at the beginning of a 2-year process, where you're engaging an area with a population distributed over 2,100 square miles, that you can put in place a process that nothing will happen along the way that might allow you or have you recalibrate things a little bit to be successful or responsive. Almost every planning process, you have to do things that you may not have expected to have to do along the way in order to be more effective. And that's what you want to do. You want someone to come in and say, 2 years ago, we said we were going to do this. We took our best shot at a scope. We're putting our blinders on, and regardless of what's going on around us, we're going to forge ahead and do exactly this. You'll likely miss out on being as effective as you need to be. And I'll give a couple of examples of this. First, there's been, I think, some mention about the LOT and what that was. LOT is a local outreach team. At the beginning of the process, we put in place an idea that we thought we might be able to do called a local outreach team. So we had outreach activities that the consultant team was doing. We had outreach activities that county staff was doing. We had outreach activities online and outreach activities that were being done, which is what we call a do-it-yourself workshop kit, where people could do their own workshops. And we thought, we've done this in a couple of other towns, where we give it a shot and do called a local outreach team, where you get some volunteers, you train them on how to facilitate a workshop consistent with the workshop you're doing for the process. And then at a few different points in the process, you sort of bring them in, you orient them, you disperse them back out. They conduct your workshop as part of a larger system of workshops to get the information to feed back into a comprehensive and coordinated process. Well, at the beginning of this, we gave that a shot. I think some areas of the county we were not able to get local outreach participants, so we didn't have consistent participation. In other areas, we had some folks that were, I would say, sort of independent contractors. They wanted to run a little bit hard as advocates for their area, as opposed to running workshops in a formulated and trained way that we wanted sort of the uniformity across. Again, this is a plan for the entire county, not a series of independent plans. So after some initial trying of the LOT process, we did not think we were getting the results that we wanted. No results in some areas, and results that were more advocacy driven in other areas and not part of a larger process. And then we've got COVID and other things that hit. So the LOT process was not utilized going forward past the first round. And instead, the consultant team and county staff took it upon themselves to do what we were hoping volunteers might be able to help us do in the process. As a result, we actually did more outreach than we'd anticipate doing. And to point to that, I'll give you an example of about a year ago. I know some people have said, this is a lot coming down all at once. You know, it's only been around for a couple of months. Well, if you remember my presentation, I said sort of the heart of a comprehensive plan is the land use chapter, all right? And this is universal. I spent a lot of time, more so than any other chapter, going through the land use chapter with the Planning Commission a few weeks ago. And that was broken up into 3 core components, and that is areas of change, what areas of the county will not change, what areas of the county will see a little change, and what areas of the county will see a lot of change. That was component number 1. There was also a component called key areas. These are the areas that influence planning, influence development, whether it's the steep mountain slope or the areas around military bases or the established neighborhoods or the wooded areas like by Black Forest. These are areas that will influence planning and development going forward. So these key areas, that's another component. And then the last one was place types. What is this sort of menu of development types and character we will likely see in the next couple of decades? So those are the 3 core components of the land use chapter, which collectively serve as the core of the comprehensive plan. That was addressed more than a year ago. And to recalibrate to get more outreach, and again, was not scoped, but we're like, you know, we really want to get a lot of feedback on these 3 components, and we don't want to inundate people at the end of the process. So about a year ago, we rolled out a series of online video, survey, mapping, and presentation packets, if you will. And these were rolled out not as a large body of work for people to sort of wade through, but we said, hey, listen, first thing we're going to talk about is areas of change. What areas of the county will likely change, not change, change a lot, or change a little. So I did a recorded presentation video. That presentation was then available for people to view, not in video format, but they could go through the presentation at their own pace, like a PowerPoint. There was an online questionnaire saying, okay, you just watched my video, you just saw the presentation, thumb through the presentation if you want at your own speed. Once you've done those things, here's a questionnaire. What do you think about these ideas? Very focused, just on areas of change. And then we said, here's a map of the areas of change in map.social. Feel free to comment on anything you want in the map. You could zoom in, zoom out, pan around, drop a point, type in a comment. And this was done just for those few pages in the plan, all right? 3 to 4 weeks later, 2 to 4 weeks later, we rolled out the next piece, key areas. These are the areas that we think are most influential in terms of growth and development. These are the areas that we think, regardless of geographic boundaries, will influence the way we do things going forward, regardless of land use. So again, a little 5-minute, 10-minute presentation, a PowerPoint people could flip through on their own, a video. Then after that, we said, here's a brief questionnaire. What do you think? Did we miss a key area? Do you think the boundary should be changed? Do you think we have a key area that shouldn't be a key area? And then again, here's a map.social instance. Here's the map of the key areas. Zoom in, zoom out, comment on anything you want. 2 to 4 weeks later, we then did the exact same thing for the place types. We said, here's the place types presentation, video presentation, an online packet, online questionnaire, and an online map.social. This was done like a year ago. We didn't scope or contract to do any of that. This is what we thought needed to be done at the time to get a heightened level of response to what was going to be this core component of the plan. And we got good response. And as a result of public feedback, we made changes. We're like, oh, that's a good point. That boundary should be changed. That should be added. That should be deleted. This should be revised. So that's 2 different examples. And at the beginning of the process, we didn't anticipate, when we were over at the Pikes Peak Center, we had probably, 50, 60 people in the room. We probably had another 40 or 50 people online, Facebook Live. And between the consultant team and county staff participation, we were fielding questions in the audience. We were fielding questions online from people viewing via Facebook Live. And it was a very interactive, both face-to-face and virtual event, reaching people across the county, miles and miles and miles away. We didn't scope that event that way at the beginning of the process. We didn't see the need, all right? But you recalibrate. You change things. You modify approaches. You augment outreach with activities, collateral, and events you did not anticipate at the beginning to increase participation strategically at key points in the process. So I know there's been some discussion about what was or was not done. We recalibrated along the way the best we could given events, whether they were COVID related or not. We did a lot of things for outreach that were not initially scoped or anticipated. We had to do it. And the result was, again, impacting getting feedback from thousands of people over the course of a 2-year period, with incremental feedback along the way, not just at the very end saying, hey, here's what we're doing, here's 200 pages of text, wade through it and let us know what you think. Key components were talked about, fully vetted, and discussed with the public months and months and a year ago. And incrementally, those components came together to what you have before you today. So I just wanted to lay a little bit more understanding as to the process. I know you're aware of everything that was done, but I thought it was valuable to identify sort of the recalibration that was done along the way, why that recalibration was done, what modifications we did to the process and why, and what additions to the process we did and why. And I think the net impact of those recalibrations was a much more effective and a much more responsive outreach program in light of a lot of things on the ground, not the least of which was a global pandemic where we could not meet face-to-face for a long time. So I can answer any questions you want, but I just want to give you sort of set the table as to why things were done the way they were over the last couple of years.
Excuse me, any questions for Mr. Halsey?
All right.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to open it up now for any additional public testimony. I understand oh, I'm sorry. I tried to skip a step. I was so excited about public input.
What we want to do now is essentially show you the last set of comments that are in essentially a blue beam format that specifically changes this word and that word and other things like that. Okay, so now if I can find this and if I need my technical assistance again. There we go. Is it this last one here, Nina? Which one? Last comments right there? So we issued the latest version of the document, and with that, we received additional public comments, some from Planning Commission, some from the public. I received comments as of yesterday afternoon that we then have brought into this document going forward. I can go through these individually, but we're showing you here what we changed. We apologize to Sarah since we misspelled her name at least one time. And we apologize to Commissioner Geithner since we misspelled her name one time. Some issues came up about the language here that implied that we weren't adopting some of these plans when in fact they'd already been adopted. And so we needed to make a little word change here. The Parks Master Plan, the Transportation Corridors Plan, and the Water Master Plan had already been adopted, and this implied that we weren't adopting them. So we needed to make a correction there. In this case, we, instead of area, use areas and change lacking with lack of. If I'm going too fast, please tell us. In this case, and I can show you it in a later case, the Department of Defense Schriever Air Force Base had specific comments about land surrounding Schriever Air Force Base. And there's some interesting scenarios. You may not recall, part of Schriever Air Force Base was owned by the State Land Board until the last 3 months, and now has been traded. And then I worked with Schriever on a little bit of areas, and it's a little hard to see, and we may get into more details, immediately west of Schriever that we showed as large lot residential, and they're actually owned by the State Land Board, and so we converted those to rural residential. Essentially, that says the surrounding areas on the south of Schriever Air Force Base are rural and mostly owned by the State Land Board. You may remember our prior discussions. We met with the State Land Board. We were present at several meetings with them very early in the process. And they were okay with us calling this managed land around here. And for reference and for the public, anything that's green on this side of the map is managed land, is owned by the State Land Board. They didn't really like our idea of keeping it managed land throughout the master plan process because they have the opportunity to potential transfer, sale, trade that land that could be used for other purposes. We did leave it mostly as rural in those areas, but we didn't give it a separate category. We had talked about using open space category, implying that it would stay open, and they didn't really like that idea. For this reference, we had something that showed up on this version right here, not all values shown. I don't know why it showed up. That was a legacy of prior mapping somehow that wasn't on previous maps. We thought we caught them all where it said "the," but we missed a few. And so there's a couple of these. We want to be clear that the title of the project is Your El Paso Master Plan. There's no county in it, and there's no "the" as a part of it. One of the comments was that the title of this chapter needed to be changed to essentially, I think, the land use chapter rather than place type chapter, because that's the index calls that out. So that change occurs in a half dozen of these pages or a dozen of these pages. A couple more and then back further on, discussion I had with Schriever Air Force Base about changing that land. And that's actually interesting because you may recall, and we showed it previously on our discussions with the city of Colorado Springs relative to potential annexation areas or annexation areas of interest. This specific area right here is one of the areas that the city had potentially called out as an area, interest area for annexation. You may recall that that map actually brought land clear along Highway 94 out into this location, which is typically outside of their drainage basin planning boundaries that they try to do. So we tried to match that, and we communicated yesterday with the city of Colorado Springs to end up having our maps and their maps match up. We added, I think this was a Mr. Morris comment, I think, we added a limited commercial to the mountain interface because that was part of the discussion that we ultimately had, is that there would be, in those mountain interfaces, there could be things like the May Bug Museum and some of those other commercial enterprises that fit there. One of the things that we found, we needed to update the map here. It's one of the challenges in this interactive mapping process, in that you make a change to one map and it triggers a change into these two other maps, the areas of change and the key areas potentially. And we found some incorrection here on the employment center relative to Meadow Lake Airport. This called it a rural center immediately north of Meadow Lake Airport, and we'll have some further discussion on that. We generally used anything that was industrial as an employment center, especially if it was heavy industrial. When we go into a little bit greater detail, the land north of Meadow Lake Airport, the sketch plan that the Planning Commission approved 3 years ago showed that as industrial to try to match what the airport requested for the takeoff pattern, which is called the APZ-1 and APZ-2 of the airport, if we had implemented those, which we have not. But we tried to accommodate what the airport wanted at the time through that sketch plan process, and the consultant revised their sketch plan to change it from high-density residential to industrial. So we're trying to match that up with this plan. Unfortunately, Meadow Lake disagrees with that, and you saw a letter that you received yesterday that said, we want that person's property to be an open field because our planes land in there occasionally. The challenge with that is they don't own the rights to that field or a navigation easement, and I think we'll get into some of that discussion a little later in the process. Again, we had added some commercial to that mountain interface. Again, the Bug Museum is my example of it. There could be other types of museums or some limited commercial that would occur in the mountain interface areas. And we added some language here about the commercial uses and replaced this language here. I hope you can read it. I don't know, I can zoom in. The point is any commercial in that area needed to be screening, and I think the Planning Commission actually brought that up at the prior meeting. We had one instance where we didn't catch Falcon Air Force or Cheyenne Mountain Air Force Station versus base. So we corrected that. That was a comment from Schriever. One of the comments is that we used the word exponential in terms of growth. And that may have led to a different perception, and so we changed that to significant. I think Mr. Bailey made that comment, I think. And just for background, the reason we're showing you these is we intend to provide this to the consultant, and they will then use this to make those changes. And as a part of this, when we get to the level of discussing a resolution, then we need to point out that these changes are part of your resolution. Should you approve this request, then we need to potentially make sure that we can implement these changes through any action you take. We had a comment relative to mixed-use development and how we were encouraging residential and mixed-use areas. One of the comments from Schriever Air Force Base was that there's this neat program that they participate that helps combat encroachment surrounding Schriever Air Force Base. And so we made a specific reference at their request to add this language here. I'm looking at people reading it, so I'm trying to read the eyes before I go to the next screen. He's frowning.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is there a definition of REPI included in there since it's an acronym?
Okay, so we need a title, the acronym, an explanation of the acronym.
Yeah,
Okay.
and usually you do that on the first occurrence, so.
We had several comments that we needed to reference where the page numbers were going forward. So we've added those. This was, in this latest version of the map, you couldn't really see what it was trying to show, and it was a matter of the GIS layers didn't get turned on the production of this map. It's the same map that's been appeared in 6 prior versions. It's this one didn't actually get it in there.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Trowbridge.
Yeah, sorry for my interruption earlier. But Mark, could you talk a little bit about the maps and versus illustrations? I mean, what we have in the book, what you have in the printed copy or even the online version that you might be looking at, those are illustrations. They're meant to be as accurate as possible, but the actual map would actually be in the GIS system, would it not? So if you really wanted to know where a road fell or some particular property, you'd actually need to go into the GIS system. You wouldn't necessarily come and look at this printed version. Do I have that correct?
And I think what you're pointing out, I think, is that we're a big county. There's a large amount of land that's in this document, and you can't go down to parcel-based at this level and try to pick things out. And that was some of our challenges going forward. The full version of the document is the 11 by 17 version, and the storybook map that was put on the website actually allows you to zoom down a little bit closer into those maps, and that's been available to the public for a month or more time period. For background, I think what you're saying also is the maps are generally done in a GIS-type format that we'll receive from the consultant that will be put into our GIS system that we'll then be able to use in a more detailed function. And you, as the planning commissioners, will be able to pull those maps directly into your staff reports for any projects going forward. Our full GIS system is not available completely to the public, but our intent is to try to have these maps as a part of that process.
I guess, part of what I was also going to is, and I don't recall if the language is in there, but I mean, as the map changes, as things change as we go forward, isn't it appropriate to say that what we're going to be using to evaluate the plan is whatever the latest map is, not necessarily the map that was in place today when we adopted it? Am I?
Well, I don't think we're going to be able to change the maps as it goes forward because parcel numbers change all the time. That's been one of the real challenges of this process is the world has changed in the 2.5 years since we started this. So we're tying it to be now, and if you approve a sketch plan in Yoder tomorrow, that doesn't change any of the maps in here.
Right, but I guess what I'm thinking of is your earlier example about the area around Schriever, for example.
Uh-huh.
You know, the parcels may change ownership, and your currently active map would potentially show that. You wouldn't want to go back and say, well, this map at this time showed it this way, and now it shows it this way. You'd want to do whatever the right thing is currently, would you not? In terms of a land use decision.
Currently in the future?
Yeah, if we're a year from now and more land around Schriever has changed hands between the state or whoever.
Well, the parcel, and
So, Mr. Trowbridge, I think I understand your question, which is, this is a snapshot in time showing a map that says this area is this or this area is that. It's not going to change with any approvals that occur, but when staff evaluates, let's say, a rezoning proposal or whatever, we're going to look at the map as it existed today, if it gets adopted today. But if there's change in ownership or if there's approvals that occur after today, which there will be, then you got to kind of work with those in your assessment, your evaluation of what is appropriate in that location. Is that kind of your question?
Yes.
And the answer to that is yes.
Okay.
That is the process of applying a master plan, a comprehensive plan is, it is a snapshot in time. So you have to be able to, and that's one of the things that we touched on in chapter 14 is we have to be flexible in how we apply it, right? Because there are going to be a change in circumstances along the way, and you have to consider those. And one of the things that we talk about all the time in evaluating different land use applications is there a change in character in the area? And I think the character is identified in the master plan, but over time, character can change and will change. We have to be able to adapt to that and understand that, and that will be part of the discussion when we're evaluating land use proposals. Yep. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yep, you're right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
back to this, we're going to add that layer that disappeared here. Again, the in front of the master plan. We had comments relative to the level of service C, and it was confusing, and it said congested, and it should say congesting. That's the terminology that comes out of the major transportation corridor plan. One of the comments, and just for reference, one of the comments we received, we cross-referenced and pulled stuff out of all these other documents into this plan. So a lot of those, some of these things are, that we brought into this plan, we can't really change because they say it exactly in that same word in that other plan. So we've tried to connect those plans but not change those other plans, which may or may not be county adopted plans. Yeah, we've never heard of State Highway 84. So it should be State Highway 83, typo. And okay. Well, let's see if I can get back. Where's my little doohickey to? Nina, where's my little doohickey to? There we go. There it goes. Another comment from Schriever Air Force Base. And just as a refresher, and for anyone that's listening in the audience, the military folks were participants in our committee process. The military folks were participants in the JLUS program, which is Joint Land Use Program done by the PPACG. You've seen some comments from the Air Force Academy, and you've seen some comments now from Schriever Air Force Base. We did not get comments from Fort Carson. Part of the process is that there's a statute that requires when you do actions like a comprehensive plan, the military has to be notified of those processes. I think this was maybe Eric Mora's comment about fire districts. In one section, I think we said 21, and in another section we said 18. So we're going to change them all to what the accurately is, because I spoke with the Office of Emergency Management yesterday, and 1821 is right because you've got 5 different military bases that have their own fire departments, and they're not truly fire districts, but they're fire departments. Interestingly enough, the total would be 34 because there's some of Big Sandy Fire District that comes into El Paso County in the Ellicott area. So I got these figures directly out of the Office of Emergency Management Plan yesterday. So that's a change that will occur in 2 places. And I would remind you also that one of the conditions we proposed in the resolution allows some of these changes to occur if there's grammatical changes or spelling changes and things like that. But we're just trying to be totally upfront of the ones we've seen and heard from to show everything here. Again, this is 18 to 21, so now it'll be 34. The comment was that the law enforcement entity implied that it was a county law enforcement in Monument. It's really a municipal law enforcement. We need to change that to a triangle. We had several comments relative to Tabor and Gallagher and some other things, and so we tried to make some corrections and changes and to make sure it's specific and very accurate. Through the process, we also had some comments that to make sure that, and I think we'll get into those, to make sure that any reference to transportation or impact fees can't cover maintenance. That's actual construction, but not maintenance. So we didn't want to have an inconsistency here with this in the master plan, or the transportation plan. This simply is moving a sentence from one location to another location that fits better. Did I go too fast, Tom? Just a few times. Mr. Bailey's a frequent flyer. One of the things in this version of the plan was that there had been a previous table in there that showed what each military base's population was, and that, for whatever reason, in this version got deleted, and we thought that was an important document to put back in. Schriever actually had pointed out that there was some errors in their economic impact totals. When we had that table back in, it had an inaccurate error and implied they only contributed $766,000 to the economic figures, and it's really $767 million. This is a follow-up that we'll have the consultant make sure they get with the Parks Department relative to this distance separation. Going to comment relative to Schriever Air Force Base and the changes that I worked out with them yesterday, and they're agreeable to those changes. Interestingly enough, we had the wrong title for the Olympic Museum or the Olympic issues. It should be the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Training Center, not the museum, but the center on Union Boulevard. Several times we reference broadband study or broadband master plan, and technically it's a broadband strategic plan. And just for reference, I think that our Public Works is trying to do an additional broadband effort going forward in the future, maybe titled a master plan of some sort.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Trowbridge.
as it relates to that last paragraph or whatever, can we talk briefly about the update process? One of the things we're doing today is we're adopting a plan today, but a year from now or 2 years from now, we may decide that we need to update it again. And that was one of the comments from the public about how do we do that. So my perception is that we would go through a process like we're doing today, which is there would be some proposed change. We'd hold a couple of hearings about it, and then we'd vote on it to adopt it or not, right? So do I have that right?
I'm presuming they won't be as extensive as this process.
No, of course not. But you could obviously see where you'd want to either update a chapter or some of the information that's in here that's perhaps evolved.
The world keeps changing on us. It's changed substantially in the last 2.5 years since we started this process. And if Mr. Dossey's point is your plan doesn't sit on the shelf, you need to continue to use it going into the future. I don't think we're trying to be bound to an annual update every year, although the city does that with Plan COS, and it becomes a very big effort to go forward. And that depends on what your staff capabilities are at that time a year from now. Could you find that there's something that we overlooked in this plan and have to update it on a different basis for only that small part of the plan? Yes, that's entirely conceivable.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, I think you recall we talked about the timeline for updating this plan at the last hearing. And I can envision, I would suggest that we're looking at a kind of a broad range of updates. You know, review and update covers a pretty broad spectrum, from finding little things like, you know, when annexation happens, we update the plan to reflect that reality. That's a fairly simple administrative kind of thing. There may be other things that happen, you know, let's go as, you know, apocalyptic as we can. An aquifer, you know, dries up. Well, I guess that's more water master plan, but that might require a much more significant kind of update, all the way to, you know, maybe it's 10, 15, 20 years from now, but at some point we may bring in a consultant again to redo this whole process from the beginning. So I think, if I understood your question, Mr. Trowbridge, I think that there's going to be a number of different ways that we update this plan, and I fully support and strongly agree that it must be a continual process. We're focused right now on the product, you know, the plan. The value to me in this has always been the process that we've just gone through over the last 2.5 years. That's created a common understanding among the members of the Planning Commission, the Board of County Commissioners, and to a certain degree the public, those who have been participants. But that process, and now the next steps of implementing these suggestions, these recommendations, by updating the land use code, by changing the engineering criteria manual, by doing all of the things that put these recommendations into place, that's another part of the process that will continue, and that's how we identify some of those more administrative type updates that need to happen. And you know, so I think, again, we're going to have a lot of latitude still in the future, and again, I think it reinforces for me the value of the process and, you know, and this exercise, and I think that's what the county really needed out of this. Not so much a piece of paper that runs the risk of sitting on a shelf, but instead a culture of, we need to continually look at this thing so we don't have our plan become, you know, a 30-year-old outdated plan that hasn't been changed since the 80s. This is something that we're using every single day.
Mr. Bailey, I completely agree. I don't see this as the end of anything. I see it as the beginning. It's an opportunity to routinely update our long-range planning for the county. We went through it in the last hearing, but woefully failed to do that in the past on a number of accounts where we didn't even have small area plans for certain areas of the county. We had 40-year-old plans in other areas of the county. That's unacceptable from my standpoint. Should be unacceptable from your standpoint, and even from the standpoint of the Board of County Commissioners. It just should. That's not accounting for what we think is going to happen in the county and trying to make sure that decisions are made with the best information available. So my plan is to do annual check-ins to see where we're at with needing to update the master plan, and at a minimum, bring those changes, as minor as they may be, Mr. Trowbridge, on maybe a change in the mapping, or as major as it may be. Hopefully it's not an aquifer issue. If it's an aquifer issue, we got a bigger problem than a master plan. But you know, if there are bigger issues like that, or if there's a series of smaller issues, at a minimum, bring that update every 5 years. I mean, it becomes an economic thing for the department to be able to fund something like that if we have to bring in a consultant. So it depends on the nature of the change in a lot of ways. But I would say at a minimum of every 10 years, we should be doing a large scale, I won't say rewrite, because some things probably will remain, but a large scale amendment to the master plan. But certainly every 5 years, do those minor ones that kind of account for change that has occurred. But I don't see this as the end of anything. That is not my mindset moving forward with this plan. This is the beginning, in my opinion.
I'll just chime in on that. I agree with you, Craig. I think this is sort of, to Mr. Bailey's point, this has hopefully created sort of a cultural shift or a mindset shift in the way that we view growth in the county and plan for growth in the county. And I agree with your statement that we ought to be evaluating this on an annual basis to determine what modifications need to occur. And in my mind, it's kind of like the process we go through with the land development code, where staff brings forward, recommendations about changes to that code on a pretty routine basis. And we probably don't need to update the master plan, monthly or 3 times a year, but I think to continually evaluate it and determine if there are shifts that need to happen to capture a dynamic situation in the county, that we obviously have that responsibility as a planning commission and should have that latitude to make those adjustments as time goes on.
And there are very possible outcomes, such as City of Colorado Springs annexing large swaths of land. The potential, I know we talked about it before, the potential for maybe incorporation of an area of the county. Obviously, that is a significant change, and we would probably want to have the master plan reflect that as soon as possible. Outside of those bigger changes, I think a 5-year timeline for updating the master plan may be appropriate. It just depends on the list. As things get approved and development occurs, how big is that list growing? If you can tell me what's going to happen in the next 5 years, you're probably better equipped to handle my job than I am. After what we've gone through in the last 10, I don't know that anybody can do that. So I appreciate the conversation, because it is important to set that basis up front for what the public can expect, but also what the elected officials and what the planning commission can expect. Thank you.
Tom's reading. This was a comment from our Public Works Department about impact fees, and they can't be used for maintenance. This was a comment that really came out of Mr. Elliott's letter that we provided to you specifically. We agree that one of the challenges that occurred relative to Meadow Lake Airport was when the development on the north end of the runway was approved, they asked us to change it from high-density residential to commercial or things that didn't generate people. A lot of people working there. So we made that change. That change occurred in the sketch plan. Now we've made that change in the latest version of the master plan to put that area as an employment center rather than an urban residential, but that clearly wasn't enough for the Meadow Lake Airport Association. But we agreed that if it's industrial, then the effort should be perhaps to limit the number of occupants or restaurants or things like that. So that's why we suggested wording that the supporting uses in there should be coordinated with the Airport Association.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I just found it ironic after reading their letter yesterday that said, we object to this being an employment center, but then 2 sentences later talked about the economic impact of Meadow Lake Airport. And it just seemed, just seemed a little, like I said, ironic that they can still try to go both ways with the same, to make the same point. Two sides of their mouth. But as we've seen here, since I've been on the commission, we've done at least one where a developer has come in with a specific plan for an area that's close enough to the approach that they changed the configuration of industrial and residential and accommodated this. And that's what we're going to continue to do as we have with, not just Meadow Lake, but any other particular areas. We're going to look at those environments and those restrictions or those considerations rather, and make a decision on what's best to try to balance the property rights of the owner, the neighbors, everything else here. So, I think clarifying this just a little bit, and again, with the understanding that just because it says light industrial doesn't mean there might not be some commercial of some other type in that area. It just gives us, as with all the place types and all the different land uses, it gives us a primary idea. This is what we should focus on here, allowing for deviation on various sides. So sorry to interrupt. I think we're almost done with these corrections and probably headed for a break. So I'll turn my mic off and be quiet.
And one of the ironies of some of that discussion is Ms. Nunez specifically. Do you want to take a break now?
Well, I think, did Mr. Carlson have another comment or yeah? Okay.
What Ms. Nunez had pointed out is you need childcare facilities and employment centers. But in this case, it may not be the right kind of thing to have in that employment center.
Have we figured out the airport overlay responsibility in this area yet? It seems to me we've had these discussions in the past where the airport says it's the county's job and the county says it's the airport's job, and we're talking about laying out uses in the area. And specifically in this, where you're commenting here, where the change comes in, we probably don't want daycare centers where they're mistakenly landing planes right now. How do we address that? I mean, is it?
It's an interesting challenge, and I don't mean to speak negatively or bad about Mr. Elliott, but his point is they're suggesting that they're going to litigate against the county and try to force the county to do it. The county's prior view was we didn't have to do it. There's a difference in thought process here. I don't know if Lori wants to jump in or wants to stay out of it.
I actually might just suggest that it's a very good point, Mr. Carlson, and I think it does tangentially relate to the master plan, but I guess in the interest of maybe time and being focused on the discussion specifically about the master plan, I might suggest we table that for a future discussion if you're amenable to that, Mr. Carlson.
Yeah, sure. My point is that if the two parties are going to fight over it, I think it comes down to us to and again, outside of this master plan, to make decisions that don't put large groups of people sitting in buildings where planes are crashing on a regular basis.
Mr. Carlson, I think it's a good question. We are currently working with the airport on their 1041 permit. To establish an overlay, it's a multi-step process. It has to start with a 1041 permit. So that's where we're at. Nina's working with them very intently to try to get it done. It has not been an easy process. Focusing the application on the criteria that's in the 1041 regulations versus other things that they've provided that more pertain to what they're required to provide to the state and to the FAA that are not part of our 1041 regulations. So we're working with them on that. I don't see it as fighting. I see it as trying to communicate, trying to make sure that we understand what their goal is, but more importantly, that we have regulations that we have to apply. They trigger the application of those regulations, and we have to work through that process. I've seen articles, interviews with Mr. Elliott, where Mr. Elliott has said the county has failed us because they've allowed residential near the airport. We absolutely need only land uses like industrial and commercial around the airport. That's exactly what the employment center allows for. So to get comments back, after Mark and I specifically sat down with them for seemingly 2 or 3 hours and laid out the fact that, you know, sort of arbitrarily, if you will, we're going to modify the place type for this area to be employment center based upon the input you've given us over years and years and years of taking issue with county land use actions. We want to actually extend an olive branch and say, we think this is the right thing to do for you, even though you have not established your own overlay zone district, because it is the requirement as determined by the county attorney's office is that they have to apply for that. And that's a change to the land development code, not the least, in addition to the 1041 permit, in addition to a rezoning to apply to all the property around the airport. Even though they have not done that, we went and took a step in what we thought was the right direction and said, yeah, that hasn't been done, but the right thing to do here is to make this an employment center. At that meeting that Mark and I had with them, they said, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for doing that. That's exactly what we've been asking for. That's so much better than the path that they thought that land was heading toward, which was residential development. And if you look at the land use map in that area, if you look at the aerial, residential, specifically single-family residential, was encroaching around that property. So we took a step and said, we got to make sure that doesn't happen, because we do know at some point there could be an overlay for the airport. At that meeting, they said, this is great, we're much happier, thank you for doing this. And then we get the letter essentially yesterday from Meadow Lake saying, we don't support commercial in this area. I don't know really what to do with that, but I do know that historically that's exactly what they've asked for around the airport. So as you can tell, there's a little bit of frustration there because we are trying to work with them and do the right thing by them. I've had the discussions with the commissioners on this, and they support showing this as an employment center. Any other questions on Meadow Lake? Thank you.
Mr. Moraes, did you have a question?
Not really a question, but, and I don't know if this is the point, but on page, let me find of the master of the, I think it's page 88. In the transportation section, 86. Nope, 88. Under the Colorado Springs Airport, there is a couple sentences in there. In fact, it actually might just be one sentence. It says, the Denver Regional Council of Governments produced an airport-compatible land use design handbook, which identified major planning considerations for communities near airports. Many ideas from this handbook are applicable to Colorado Springs Airport, and key ones to include are maintaining safe airspace around the airports, planning for noise compatibility around airports, safety areas near airports, and the planning of compatible uses in the areas of frequent aircraft overflight. One of the comments I had when I read through the draft, both versions, was, hey, that's great, it's included in the Colorado Springs, under the Colorado Springs Airport section, but I strongly believe that verbiage right there should be under the Meadow Lake Airport, if not really under airports in general. Remove it from the Colorado Springs section and put it as a general comment for all public airports that are in the county. If the Denver Council of Governments says it's great for all those airports up here and it's applicable to Colorado Springs, why isn't it applicable to other public airfields in the county? So that's my comment. Last night after I read the letter, I went through and actually looked and put something together, and I won't show it, but it shows just in the recent weeks the number of aircraft accidents right off the takeoff leg. You take off and people are crashing right at the end of the runway, or a couple hundred yards off the end. So it is a safety hazard. I've been flying now for 25 years, even more than that, and that is one of the things that pilots, contingencies that pilots take into effect, is what's going to happen to me if something happens, especially if I'm in a single engine airplane and something happens to me right after takeoff. Now, I'm not saying that we need to make that a white space and blank everything out by Meadow Lake Airport, and we draw the map that there's an employment center and we notch out going, hey, there's no development here off of runway 33 at Meadow Lake. But I think we should be smart in our planning and understanding of some of the implications of putting stuff out there. I went back and I looked at the Falcons Peyton Small Area Plan, and if you actually look at it, off the end of the runway, there is nothing. It is white space, where everything else around it has been identified as development. I looked at map.social, and it looks like, can't tell who wrote the comment, but it does look like Meadow Lake has made some comments about trying to protect that area. Now, with that all being said, I think the MLAA, the Meadow Lake Airport Association, needs to be involved. I think this bullet that we added here is good, or the change in strategy is good. It would be interesting to see if Meadow Lake, the Airport Association, does something like we've seen recently with the WASC did, the Woodmore Open Space Committee or whatever it was, that actually went out and was proactive, and they spent some of their own money. They raised and spent some of their own money to protect some of that land. So I'm pretty sure Mr. Elliott's listening at some point, or will listen to this, but that's an idea is, hey, if you want this protected, if you feel so strongly about this being protected, yes, the county has a part, but Meadow Lake, you should have a part also in helping protect that land. But I will say, as a pilot for 25 years, there is a danger, both on takeoff leg and landing leg, of things happening, especially at small airports with single engine airplanes. It's just a fact of life.
Mr. Moraes, given where that property is in the process, it just has a sketch plan. I don't even know if you've seen a sketch plan since you've been on the Planning Commission, but it's basically a bubble diagram that says this is going to be industrial, this is commercial, or whatever. When we drill down deeper into the development process, and this is really coming from discussions with county commissioners, we want to work with that property owner as they develop it to potentially carve out either open space or perhaps even like a larger cross-section collector road through the middle of that property. And I've measured that from the end of the runway to the extent of that one property is 0.92 of a mile. So it's almost a full mile, which actually is almost exactly what it is off of the end of the Colorado Springs runway. So if we're able to work with the developer in citing uses, it's less about the use and more about creating this path so that if there is failure to get lift off of the runway, or perhaps you come in a little shy coming back in, there's open area. It's not where buildings are going to be sited. Maybe it's parking lots, whatever, but making sure that open area does occur. And that's not a master plan discussion. It's just not. That drills down to negotiations between staff and the developer, between the Planning Commission and the developer, and ultimately the Board of County Commissioners and the developer, either through a PUD or through site-specific development plans that we get under straight zoning. Under any of those circumstances, there will be a zoning action that comes through. And under zoning actions, this body and the Board of County Commissioners have a great deal of subjectivity in approving something like that. You're not bound to give anybody a rezoning. You can condition a rezoning to say, we want an easement area, or we want a path that's preserved in the event that there is an issue. So it's not to put that comment aside. It's just not right for today because we're not at the point of developing that property yet.
No, I agree. I think really my comment was really the blurb, the two sentences under the Colorado Springs Airport. It really probably pertains to really all we're saying, and exactly what you said. It's considerations to maintaining safety areas near airports and planning compatible uses in areas of frequent aircraft overflight. Yeah, that's probably more than just Colorado Springs.
At one point of clarification, you kept referencing Meadow Lake as a public airport. It is not a public airport. It is a private airport.
It's a private airport, public use.
Right. It's a reliever airport for Colorado Springs, but it is a private airport.
It's a private airport, yeah, but it's publicly used. It's not a rancher's airport, which is you can't land there.
Right.
I can go grab a Cessna and fly. But that's neither here nor there. It's just I just look at this blurb that's underneath the Colorado Springs Airport section and going, we should probably be smart about our planning for all airports in the area. That's it.
Yeah, if there's a desire to move a sentence to the beginning, I would put it under the general paragraph under airports. But I don't know that the handbook necessarily applies to Meadow Lake. If it's a private airport, I'd have to defer to Mark on that. Because they are regulated differently. I'm sure you're aware.
Any other comments on airports?
I guess I'd support that move because I think, the whole point of the sentence that you're talking about is some of these ideas, they're the things that we consider anytime we talk about any development that's going around an airport are applicable to, I'd take out COS and say airports in the county. And so think about things like safe airspace, noise compatibility, safety areas, compatible uses. That's, it makes sense to move that up into the higher part. So very administrative, but easy to do.
Mr. Trowbridge?
Yeah, I was just going to say I agree with that. I would move it up and replace COS with El Paso County Airports or something similar to that so that it's generic and applies. Because, there's nothing specific in that sentence that doesn't necessarily apply to Meadow Lake. So I think that's fine.
I would tend to agree for what it's worth. I think it's a good point that Mr. Moraes brings up, and I think, understanding, as Mr. Dossi indicated, different airports have different jurisdictional requirements and so on, but if it's more of a generalized comment, I think it would apply really to any airport regardless of the ownership or the overlay, or I guess that's the wrong word, but the jurisdictional sort of boundaries that an airport has to operate within.
And that's a pretty easy move to do that, and I think that would be part of your motion to adopt these other changes, would to be add that and delete the COS part and make it more generic. For your reference, the only true airport that we have an overlay for is Colorado Springs Airport. You saw some comments from the Air Force Academy that suggest we should do an overlay. We have had some discussions with them relative to that, but that would be creating an entirely new overlay and rezoning land. The same thing would have to happen with Meadow Lake if they proposed an overlay for the Part 77 surfaces. We would have to create a new set of zoning regulations and then apply those to the ground as an overlay. It wasn't entirely pleasant when I did that for Colorado Springs Airport, when we sent more than 10,000 notices to people and created a lot of confusion. So it's not something to take lightly. It becomes a much bigger effort. And we're just about done with these. This is a comment that really came up 2 days ago, in part. And let's see if Mr. Lawson's in the audience still. He brought up certain questions about evacuation routes for essentially wildfire mitigation. And we agreed to add some additional provisions in here, essentially adding evacuation routes. But for reference, and if Mr. Lawson's listening, or I didn't see him in the audience still. Okay. I spoke with the Office of Emergency Management yesterday, and they absolutely confirmed that it's their role to plan those evacuation routes, and it's not really a comprehensive or master planning effort. It's really the Office of Emergency Management. And their point is that things like wildfires or flooding or things like that, becomes extremely hard to pre-plan all those evacuation routes. You don't know which direction the wind's going. You don't know how fast it's going, whether it's a forest fire or a grass fire or whatever else. And so we agree to make this little change here because it doesn't cause an issue, and that's part of the reason why we have two means of access in the subdivision regulations, and this essentially reinforces that.
Mark, just a kind of a grammatical thing. I think it probably needs to say continue to require new developments to provide multiple points of access.
Oh, two right there. Oops.
I think, just to clarify that.
Okay. If
Or require that new developments provide multiple points.
mm-hmm. This is one of the last changes in discussion that occurred. We found, actually more recently, yesterday, that this little dotted area this little area right in here is an area of change and is a key area as a transition, in part because it is Falcon Fields, and you've approved a sketch plan, commercial rezoning, and a special district on that property. And so it was intended to be changed to match as Falcon as a regional center, and that map didn't get updated when we changed the other two maps. And so this is the more significant of that change that came about as a part of the process more recently. This is that same area that we put Meadow Lake as an employment center as a part of that, our prior discussion. The pink area is regional, is a rural center. You've got the big R right up in here in this area, and Stapleton Road now comes in, and you've got small commercial here, and a rural center kind of really serves that surrounding area, and a regional center that we have in Falcon really serves the eastern part of the county. Ta-da.
Okay. Any other comments for Mr. Gebhardt right now?
I just have a question, if I may. So Mark, I believe you reported that you had something in excess of 200 external agencies and such that reviewed this, and some provided comments and some did not. I'm just wondering if you have in your mind overall, how many different significant or detailed comments do you think you received and responded to throughout this process, including those of us on the Planning Commission who submitted edits and things?
It's hard to define what's significant.
Just
and
ballpark.
That's the challenge is we've gone through 3 versions of these comments. And on this last version, I don't have page numbers, but I think there was 75 that most of these were minor. The ones we talked about today, I think there was, what, 3 or 4 that were fairly significant. And this is the 3rd version we've done it. And so I think the first version had 275 potential comments, and then the next one was 75, something like that. So I don't want to be, I haven't totaled those, so I don't want to give an inaccurate number.
But I think it's fair to say that there have been several hundred specific comments, edits, tweaks, things like that. So it's fair to say the document has been reviewed. It's been read by multiple eyes, and including all of us on the Planning Commission, lots of members of the public, lots of other agencies. So it's been pretty well vetted, in my opinion. I just wanted to make that observation. Thank you, Mark.
And comments we received, we didn't all agree with. And oh, okay. I thought it was a jackhammer. And there were extensive comments on after our public meeting on March 31st, and there was over 300 comments during that time period. But unfortunately, a lot of those comments were repeated comments that were copied and pasted and things like that. And we continue, and you'll probably hear some discussion about Black Forest, and Black Forest is 5 acres, and some of that discussion, and we understand that, but we didn't necessarily agree with it. Any other questions of me?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Carlson.
Earlier we talked about likely changes coming in the future would probably first be maps and so forth. And you mentioned the fact that some of these maps you can't drill down, the public can't drill down all the way. But are there directions in the master plan that show the public how to get to those maps and the ones that they can drill down a little further in?
Not directly in this document. The challenge ultimately, and you'll hear this from a lot of the public, is this is a 600 megabyte document. It's extremely hard to download. We had comments that said, I can't drill down deep enough to see what you're saying. Well, if you were able to drill down deep enough, you couldn't download it. So I don't know how to solve those parts of those issues. The document ultimately, we intend to have it set into our GIS system from a county perspective. How the public is going to do that, there has to be some nuances of whether they have any access and how much access they have to that.
But are these maps located somewhere now outside of the development plan?
Well, currently they're linked to the main county webpage, not individually. The whole document is linked to the main county webpage, our department's webpage, and the master plan webpage, which will all remain up until, at least the master plan webpage will remain up through June.
Mr. Carlson, to answer part of your question, I plan on having printed out versions available if members of the public want to purchase those. I don't have a fee yet. I have to look at how much it's going to cost us to print them. We do that with all of our documents, whether it's land development code or any of the small area plans. We've always made those available so that if you can't download it, we have an option for you if you want a copy of the plan.
That last map we looked at that showed that Falcon area, that's I'm assuming a blown up part of a big map. Yeah. And my question is, can the public get to that? If you had made it accessible to the public, could they get to it without?
We could talk to GIS about making it functional. There's a lot of licensing issues with GIS, so I can't answer that on their behalf. My goal would be to make it something that the public can navigate through county GIS, but there are some licensing issues. They don't even want us handing out printed out versions of the zoning map because of the licensing involved.
Really?
Yeah.
It just seems to me that we ought to have the public ought to have a place to go if they want to see this.
I agree.
And be told how to do that.
Yeah.
Is that something we can put in, or
it's always something
anyone
that we
else
can?
Think that's a good idea?
It's always something that we can navigate for them at the front counter, which actually is better in some ways because it provides an opportunity for conversation about what it means, because it'll be part of our GIS that the county staff can use. We can always answer those questions at the front counter. Obviously, for developers, we'll be bringing those up at the early assistance stage and all that stuff. So I'll talk to GIS. I can't make any commitments, but I'd like to make it available to the public. Maybe if I say pretty please, I can get it done. We'll see. That would be my goal, though, because we do have it as a GIS file. So there's a lot of opportunities for how we can interact with it, but also maybe even the public.
I guess I'm just getting to the point of some kind of a, call it a disclaimer, if you will, that, hey, if you can't see what you want to see here, call our office, come to the front desk, whatever
Right.
whatever it is you want to know, the
We
public
have-
to do.
We have zoning map sheets that are zoomed in and kind of take a snippet area of the county, and you can go across the county and then down, kind of north to south. I envision we could do the same thing for this as well. That way you can flip through it in hard copy and see your parcel boundaries. But that brings up the point Mark made. Parcel boundaries are going to change tomorrow. So, people are going to say, well, that's not what my property looks like anymore. Yeah, we agree. But at the time the master plan got done, that's what it did look like. So, but there's a lot of options, I think. It's navigating that licensing that is sometimes problematic.
I would suggest, since we've been at this for nearly 2 hours, that maybe we take a short break, and then if there are additional questions that commissioners have for Mr. Gebhardt, we can resume with that here in maybe 10, 15 minutes. Okay. Planning Commission hearing back to order, please. So where we left off was Mr. Gebhardt had finished going through the modifications to the master plan to date, and commissioners were asking some clarifying questions. Are there any additional questions or comments that commissioners have right now for staff? And Mr. Gebhardt, was there anything else that you wanted to add at this time? With that, then I believe we'll open it up for additional public testimony. Just so I can kind of manage our timeline here, maybe by show of hands, or I'm seeing Ms. Reeves indicating we might have 3 speakers that would like to speak. Is that correct? And do we have anyone online that we're aware of? My understanding is that Ms. Von Alfeld, who was a speaker at our previous hearing, would also like to speak again today. I'd like to kind of poll commissioners and understand if you're willing to entertain that or accept that. Very good. So Ms. Von Alfeld will allow you to speak, but I'd like the other speakers to have their opportunity first. Because we've got a limited number of folks, I don't know if we need to maintain a 3-minute time limit, but I would just ask that you make your comments fairly brief and obviously focus on information that might be new for us to consider as opposed to what we previously considered. So with that, first speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Bruce Bryan, resident of Black Forest. I'm an introvert, so I'm not real comfortable speaking, so I can guarantee you I'm not going to ask for equal time with previous speakers. I'm going to be as brief as I can, and when I present, it may be kind of weak about what I'm presenting and how it makes a point regarding Black Forest, so I would ask that you just bear with me while I talk a little bit about myself, my background, and how it's relevant to the plan that's being presented. I'm a retired psychologist and a retired executive coach. I was a psychologist for 27 years, a clinical psychologist, and I was an executive coach for 12 years. And I was coaching people from predominantly around the United States, but also from other countries as well. My history is that I'm a native of Colorado Springs. I was born here in 1948 at Rockford Penrose Hospital. I've lived in Security, Boulder, Colorado, Manitou, the north part of Colorado Springs on Tudor Road, in Chipeta Park, in the central part of Colorado Springs, in North River, right across the street from Colorado College. And I live in Briargate, and now in Black Forest. A little bit of my history is that my father was a farm and ranch cowboy. And he lost his mother when he was 11 years old, went to work as a ranch hand, never went beyond 8th grade in school, because then his father, when he was in his teens, was killed in a wagon accident where the mule bolted and the wagon ran over him and killed him. So he joined the military and served in World War II. And he was on the USS Missouri when the armistice was signed. My mother was raised on a farm, but found a way to finance her way through school and became a nurse, a registered nurse. I worked my way through college by working construction. I paid my own way. I had a superintendent named Bill Bottini, who was on the board of Pikes Peak Community College, who allowed me to work on the construction site around my college schedule so that I could both work and go to school to get my degree. The reason that I tell you this is because it shows that I have had a wide diversity of experience with people, both in living in the different environments that I've lived in and talking with people in both the clinical practice that I had and also in coaching executives from around the country. So I've gotten to know a lot about diversity and a lot about people and what their needs are. Now, without disparaging the work that's been done on this plan, because I know that the people that have done the plan have put in a great deal of effort, but there's one thing that's missing in this entire plan. And I'll tell you about that in just a minute. But before that, I want to talk about this being a systemic issue, in that the people that are doing the research here, because of the system and what's asked of them, are limited in what they can look at. And also by nature of being able to plan, there are only certain things that you can look at and have reasonable confidence in your data. And then there are the other things that are very soft and are hard to understand and hard to quantify. Maybe not so hard to understand, but is hard to quantify. And so what I'd like to do is talk just very briefly about, I had to get a PhD to become a psychologist. And in order to do that, you have to write a dissertation. When you write the dissertation, you do research, and you spend, depending on the program you're in, between 3 and 6 years doing the research on your dissertation. So you choose a topic, and then you do the background, the history, the research, and what's been done previously, and then you formulate your theory, and then you do the work to research your theory, and then you have to defend it in front of your dissertation committee. The worst nightmare that you can have when you're planning on going in front of your dissertation committee is that they will ask you a question that you were totally blind to. So for example, if you were going to research weight and you arrived in obesity and you set 200 pounds as a criteria for obesity, and you were to get into the dissertation defense, and one of your committee members says, "Did you consider height along with the weight?" And that could blow all your research out of the water, and you've wasted years because you didn't consider something that was obvious.
And sir, I apologize to interrupt, but if you could maybe be a little bit more direct about your comments on the master plan, I think the commissioners would appreciate that. Yeah, and you've been speaking for maybe about 4 or 5 minutes already, and I'm not sure that I've gotten the heart of what you're wanting to express to us.
Okay. All right, well, what's missing in this plan and this document for development is that it plans for the land and not the people. With me being a psychologist, I concern myself with the impact of environment and other elements on the people. I understand that what you do, and it's an awesome responsibility to make a decision on this plan because it's going to affect people's lives for decades. And specifically, my concern around Black Forest is it changes the culture. I've lived in a lot of different environments, and each one has a microculture of where you live. I chose to live out in Black Forest because of the culture that's there. And part of the culture, and the real estate agents told me this, is that the standard is 5-acre lots. Well, in this document, it's changed to 2.5-acre lots. So theoretically, you could double the population of Black Forest by allowing 2.5-acre lots, which would greatly affect the culture of that community. It also has other implications around water. It has implications around what people do that live out there and maybe want to subdivide, and they change the nature. It could become more of a transitional area between urban and rural than it is rural right now. It's supposedly rural right now, but it would become a transition area. And if you looked in the newspaper the past couple days, now houses are being proposed on very, very small lots. And that's supposed to be a transition between urban and rural. We cannot allow Black Forest to have the potential of that. So I would ask that you change what's written down in the document to 5 acres, which is the standard that's informally understood in Black Forest to be the standard, and not change it to 2.5 acres. Because I can guarantee you that developers will come in there and use economics as an incentive to get people to subdivide and change the culture of that area. And also, developers now standardly put HOAs into the areas that they develop. I was the president of an HOA for 10 years, and that's because when I moved into that HOA in Briargate, there were 138 houses in that area, and in 1 week, the first week I lived there, they sent out 70 notices of violation. I don't like HOAs, but I got on to make that. My daughter and I went around and got a petition.
And again, sir, I might ask you to focus your comments specific to the master plan and maybe wrap them up. You've been speaking for quite some time.
How
now.
it's relevant to the master plan is that if HOAs start taking over the area in Black Forest, that's going to affect the culture, and that affects the people, and that affects their well-being.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Come on down, sir.
Good morning. My name is Steve Lenzo. I'm a resident of Colorado Springs, retiree with the Forest Service after 40 years, working in 10 different states. Ended up in Lakewood, Colorado, working in our regional office, and fell in love with Colorado, and then moved here after I retired. I've lived here for less than a year, so I'm, haven't had much of a chance to engage with the various governments, partly because of the COVID over the last year. So today was really the first time I looked at and read parts of the master plan. I really have just one comment, but I think it's an important comment, and that is concerning water resources and concerns. The plan predicts a really significant increase in population in El Paso County, along with predicting increasing levels of drought in the state of Colorado, without identifying any new additional water resources. And so I read in there one of the plan's recommendations is limiting or restrictions on car washes and golf courses should we have a drought or during the case of a drought. But really no indication of where is that water going to come from for these additional people. And I think it's something that we could say, well, that's another function of government to enforce restrictions or talk to communities about how we're going to do that. But this is a plan that's going to look at the next 10, 20 years of what's going to happen in El Paso County. And I think it really needs to be, it needs to be shouted out in the plan that says, this is something, this is the crunch that's going to come to our children and our grandchildren. And what are we going to do about it? We're not going to solve it by limiting watering golf courses and car washes. It's going to require a change in how we live and how we landscape our homes and how we use water. And so I just think that's, how we're specifically going to do that is going to be perhaps a different body or a different group that's going to make that decision. But this plan should at least call that out and say, this is something that is coming down the road, and we need to recognize that, and we need to realize how serious that is. So that's what I would ask, is that plan, and somewhere in that plan that we call that out, that this is a critical situation that's coming before us, and that we need to do a better job of conserving water in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? I believe Ms. Ruiz indicated there were 3 speakers. Are there?
Because I'm speaking on a public safety issue with the greatest numbers in terms of area and human life threat,
Could we please get your name for the record?
Walter
sir?
Lawson.
Thank you.
I would ask for some more time. We don't have 50 people here commenting. Would that be agreeable?
I think you can have maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah, helps. And before that, I have a couple of quick process items. One is that I can't use a computer because of an eye condition, so I have to read it. And I've had to use a magnifying glass. It is an eye-killing experience to go through the whole plan and to search for things. So I would ask that just as you want a digital usable result out of this, that we have a readable book so that people can use it in that fashion also. The print is small and it's thin, and it's very hard to read the text, and we come to the red and blue highlighting, it's even harder. And yet on many, many pages, there is white space abundant. So the text could be enlarged and thickened. Doesn't have to be all bold. I don't need glasses. I can read books and everything else. But this is extreme, and the next thing I'm doing is taking a couple days off because it's been a killer to go through this. The second thing it needs, because this is tantamount in book size to a 400-page book, we can't find the things. We need an index, a descriptive index that lets people go right to what they want to find in the text. And thirdly, we need a good glossary. So those process things would make a huge difference. Having a good book form would be very appreciated. All right. Public safety issue, mass evacuation on planned egress routes using land use planning tools. Yes, this is the purview of OEM, but what I'm asking for are a few minor changes that would enhance their role. And certainly this is a combined effort in the end. It would result in reducing not only response times, but reducing evacuation times. How do you get 41,000 people out of the Black Forest? These are the biggest numbers, and evacuation is the last best effort to save lives that we can bring to this problem. So the farmers said that when the deer go in the water and don't want to come out, that's when you know you have a very serious fire. And the county map, hazard map, shows us we're surrounded by an explosive, fuel-loaded area. The city WUI map says the same thing on even more territory. Frequently, we have these fires. This was just announced, a lightning fire. And we're fortunate we have crews to put them out. But it happens, as in the case of Waldo, 65-mile wind comes in and lays the smoke flat, pushes toxic fumes along that extremely dangerous, and we have a fire that devastates the community. So I would like to ask that on page 134, there's a map showing burnt areas. we omit the most deadly fire, the 1950 Broadmoor to Carson fire. It's part of our history. It's part of this story. 28,000 acres, 9 people killed, 149 hospitalized, many other wounded treated in the hospital. That's part of the story. And it's part of our experience and part of our threat.
And sir, you've been speaking for about 5 minutes now, so if I could ask you to maybe finalize your comments, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, the greatest amount of vegetation points right at downtown. A large fire would consume the Broadmoor, as the wind that brought the Hayman fire did. So I would ask that in addition to the map on page 134, we create a little space for a chart that would give us information on evacuations such as the Black Forest, 41,000 evacuees, Waldo Canyon, 30,000, the time it took to do those, and other relevant information. Where does all this fit in the big picture? Well, land use planning in advance is the best and only way this is going to change. We all agree, I think, that emergency vehicle access is needed, but evacuation egress routes are also needed, 2 destination shelters, because once you've done mitigation and prevention, and the fire department has done everything it can, but it has to retreat. Fire's too big, too fast. The only thing we have left is evacuation. And even after the fire, the recovery period, it comes into play again to redevelop an area and rebuild it in a way that is going to allow people to get out. Otherwise, if you don't do this, you wind up with what we have in Kettle Creek North now, 1 exit, 1 egress route, other possibilities, but the planning wasn't there to lock that in. So they've got a project that has been disapproved going toward the development plan. That's way wrong to do. So one minor change in addition is multiple points of access, decrease response times, and I would add to decrease evacuation times. So I'm asking minor changes, very doable things. And I don't have all the final wording, but I'm sure we have time in the next, say, 10 days. I could work that out with the staff and we could make an improvement that would actually enhance OEM. This is not meant to supersede in any way, but to highlight their role and make our community safer. I think that's it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. And is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this topic? So I'm seeing no other speakers besides Ms. Von Alfeld, who has previously spoken. Do we have anyone else online? Okay. Ms. Treese, did you have a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Before Ms. Van Alfeld speaks, I was very dismayed to receive your email yesterday. It was sent to the Planning Commission, not any of the staff. It is totally inappropriate and unprofessional to solicit the members of this commission with data outside of a hearing that we cannot consider. You owe this commission an apology for your egregious actions.
Please proceed.
Okay. I certainly will apologize to the commission, but I did send that same email to the staff, to Mr. Houseel, and to the Board of Commissioners, because I'm all about transparency. The reason I sent it to the Planning Commission was because the previous items that I had submitted during the planning process by the required dates were not shown to the MPAC or to the Planning Commission. So I knew I'd get in trouble for this, and I stand and take the blows. And I apologize if you were upset that I used your email, which I've had since you were on the HAC committee 10 years ago. So I looked up planning commissions and transparency on the internet, and Windsor and Steamboat Springs give phone numbers or emails, or they have a group email for a planning commission and someone to manage it so people can directly contact the planning commissioners. In this county, that opportunity is not there. So, you want to start the clock?
Please.
Okay,
proceed
thank
with
you.
whatever comments you'd like to make.
All right.
Sorry,
I
Mr.
would
Chair.
like-
Yeah, Mr.
Before you start, you have continually mischaracterized your inputs to the MPAC and to this body. And you need to understand that we have all seen everything that you have sent. I have seen your prairie necklace thing.
That was never presented to you guys.
The record is in there. You mention it someplace, and that's the first thing that popped to my mind. I don't remember now, because at some point, just like with the 300 emails from the Black Forest that all said something, at some point you stop reading it, because when you give us so much information and you repeat the same thing over and over and over again, it starts to lose its effect. Now, my point, the more important point before you make your comments is, just because you have not seen it put up on the big screen, or you have stood up here and presented it, your comments, just like every other public comment, has been provided to us. Part of our charge is to prepare for these meetings. We have read it. We have seen it. We have considered it. The fact that we don't talk about it does not mean we haven't considered it. It means that we have considered it and don't find it relevant to this particular effort. And today we're talking about a master plan that is specifically designed to guide the physical development of unincorporated parts of the county, not the city, not other aspects of the county, but physical development. That's why the document is organized the way that it is. That's why the process has been the way that it is. And the fact that we don't agree with your suggestions does not mean we haven't considered them. It means we don't agree with them. So now, given some context, we're giving you an opportunity, despite the published rules of engagement, if you will, to come back here and address us again. And what I really hope is that you're not going to use 5 minutes or 10 or whatever it is to repeat things that we have already seen. We would like to hear, if you have something to add that this body can consider, we're more than happy to listen to it. We put aside 2 days for this. The public input has been fairly weak, not for our lack of trying, but because people just don't seem to care, and that's kind of sad. But the handful of people who do care don't necessarily get to write the plan. So if you would point out to us a few things about this plan that you think need to be included that we haven't already seen before, or if you want to list a couple of things that you've done very briefly, because we don't need a dissertation. I don't need to know how hard it is to get a PhD. I don't care about your background, because you don't care about my background. The implication from a lot of the public comment that we've gotten is that we're not eligible to speak or make decisions for the county. And that's just frankly not true. We have all been appointed here. We have all been involved in this process for a considerable amount of time. We're not just coming in and taking a look at it and saying, oh, I don't like those words. I don't like the order of the chapters. We have a very specific charge in this process, and the implication when somebody emails me the day before a hearing that says, you haven't done your job, is frankly offensive and not really helpful to your argument, because I know that the staff, that the consultant, and that everybody up here has been very diligent in doing their job. And the fact that we don't agree with you doesn't change that fact. It just means we may not agree with you. So I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, for letting my passions get away with me here, but we've been subject to this far too long, Dr. Von Alfeld, and I would like to see, since we've given you the courtesy of additional time, please make it worth our while.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Would you like to make a few comments?
Are there any other comments from the board?
Any other commissioners like to make a comment? Mr. Bailey?
Yeah. I believe that we set the agenda, and if it's the time for public comment, you're not going to have the last word. I know you want the last word, but we will have comments after you finish, and we will probably have comments after you leave. You left early last time, and we had a couple hours worth of conversation afterward. That's our job, and we're going to continue to do our job. So your opportunity for comment, I believe, is now.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Judy Von Alfeld. I've been in the county since 1969, tax-paying resident, and I've worked with the planning in this county for a very, very long time. I want to thank the previous speakers. Mr. Brian is new, and so is Mr. Lenzo, and especially Mr. Lawson, who has been a citizen advocate and highly criticized, as I have been, for many, many years. I have not criticized the Planning Commission. I am criticizing the processes and how they're being implemented. I would invite you to look at the Master Plan Advisory Committee review of the citizen comments. The comments from chapters 1 and 2 are never shown. The summary 1, 2, 3 material from HLA was never shown. Only the parts of the cover letters that I sent in with attachments were shown, and there was no summary given of anything that was done, so it was not shown publicly. Now, you may have received it in your Planning Commission packet. I have no way of knowing if the MPAC ever received it in their packet, okay? So I can only go on what I can see. I'm a scientist, I'm a trained scientist, highly trained. I go on the data. A lot of what I did privately with Mr. Gebhardt was send him some comments of doing item analyses in the chapters, how much of the report was devoted to this, that, or the other topic. And I'm going to zero in on the environment chapter, which had 2 pages out of 171 pages in this report. The environment, water, transportation, and growth were the top topics, okay? And I suggested a reordering of the chapters because I think the environment chapter should follow the vision chapter as an overarching concept, and that the resiliency chapter, which Mr. Lawson very eloquently explained a piece of, is the other thing that does not have anything directly to do with controlling the built environment, but the built environment should be answerable to what's in the resiliency chapter and the environment chapter. So the chapters would go introduction, vision, environment, resiliency, land use, and then all of the built environment stuff. And it would be upwardly answerable to things. This is how you're taught to write things. I found in my analysis of the plan that the plan was organized kind of the way it originally came out of the issues and concerns material at the beginning of the process. And it had very little to do with how the world works, what the impacts are on people, which Mr. Bryan brought up, or the impacts on the environment. I brought today, actually I picked this up. Can I have the overhead, please? This is a little booklet that the Environmental Services put out that has to do with the open space overlay that I requested last time. This county has had a lot of work done on its open spaces, and a lot of it was done by the state at the request of the county. There's not even a mention of this in the master plan, not even a reference to the Colorado Natural Heritage Program, let alone the candidate open spaces that are in the Parks Master Plan of areas that should receive special consideration if development approaches them. That's all that I've asked for with this, and I was not allowed to complete my presentation last time because the overhead got cut off. So I think the chapter order is important. Mr. Lawson brought up the issues of format. I used to publish a newspaper. I did it for 17 years. No newspaper on earth would ever have all that white space and a tiny font. That's a size 9 font. It's not readable on screen. You saw that this morning. This is part of the reason that I am begging the Planning Commission to accept this draft as a draft and hold further discussions with the public that are real, authentic, and interactive, because I think that is missing from this. We weren't able to do it last year because of COVID, and I think it's extremely important that the public have a chance to read this. The format is very difficult to reproduce and purchase. It would probably cost about $200 to have this thing printed at Kinko's, you know, and the county's going to print up, what, 40, 50 copies to give out? This is not good. I asked for a word format of the implementation chapter, and Mark said that they didn't have that. Yet it's in the RFP. That's one of the deliverables from the consultant. So why can't there be something done where people could look at the maps online but read it in hard copy? Thank you.
Thank you. One final call. Anyone else in the audience or online that would like to address the Planning Commission on the master plan? Okay, seeing none. What would the staff like to do in terms of any additional changes, comments? Do any of the commissioners want to discuss the new comments that we just received right now? Would we like to take another short break? I think we're probably coming up on lunch. I don't know what time that would be ready.
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
Lunch is planned about 11:45 to 12, so we can take a break whenever you're ready.
Okay. Mr. Dossi, how would you advise us?
I think considering the testimony that you received, if there are additional requests by the Planning Commission to edit the document, would love to take those now, show you, where that might be appropriate. Happy to do that. I think on the evacuation route comment in terms of the textual change that says will increase emergency response times and evacuation, I think that's entirely appropriate and okay. I definitely don't want to get into too much detail on evacuation planning, but I think a policy that says having that secondary access, it's not only, its intended purpose is not just for emergency services to get in, but it's also in some cases for folks to get out as well. I think that's entirely appropriate. I don't know that we need to go through a textual change. I think that's something that you can just say that we have the ability to go ahead and edit if that suits the Planning Commission. I think for me, I'm just going to say this now, that we try to make everybody happy, right? That's why we do surveys. That's why we have a committee. That's why we have a Planning Commission, right? There's no way we can make everybody happy. Everybody has personal preference. I understand that. Everybody thinks this should be something that maybe it's not. I understand that. At the end of the day, having a plan that maybe can work for everybody, at least moving forward, as a starting point, and I said as a starting point, not as the final version. It's never going to be a final version. If you approach it as a final version, then you probably shouldn't be involved in this, because that's not how you plan for the future. Personal preference is just that. It's personal preference. When you're adopting a plan for the entire county, it's important that you keep in mind that it is for the entire county. It's not how one person would like to use it. It's not how one person would like to engage with it, or maybe redistribute that information in the future. It is a plan for the entire county. It is not about personal preference. It is about you all representing all of the residents of this county as appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. I firmly believe that this plan does that. I hope you do too. I am not inclined to reorganize this plan. It was well thought out. The organization of it was well vetted with the Master Plan Advisory Committee and was vetted with the Planning Commission as we began to draft the document itself. So that type of comment really concerns me because that implies that somehow this was not a well thought out organization of the plan. And frankly, I think it's embarrassing to receive comments like that or to provide comments like that because there have been so many different eyes on this. And really that's one person's personal preference. I greatly appreciate the input. I think most of what you just heard, particularly from Ms. Von Offeld, you heard almost the exact same thing in the last hearing. Unless there's any changes as a result of that, I don't know if there are any to the text itself. Certainly on the evacuation comment, I would be happy to put that in.
Fuller?
And then the gentleman talked about the Broadmoor-Carson fire and adding that. Can we talk about that?
I don't think that's mapped. Let me bring Mark up on that one.
I think you said it was on page 134.
I believe Mr. Lawson's suggestion was to include the boundaries of that 1950 fire.
Yes, that's what he asked for. I just want to acknowledge he asked for it, and let's just talk about it. And the answer might be we're not changing it. I'm okay with that too.
I would recommend we not change it because then how far back do we go in any fires? I didn't even realize the Broadmoor Fountain fire that really was from Fort Carson and spread up into Cheyenne Mountain. All the other fires we have GIS data for. They have been mapped very specifically. If we did some semblance, and I tried to Google the Broadmoor fire and only found small articles about it, we'd have to not draw it in the GIS version and have the outer boundaries of that fire. There were some good points that I think Mr. Lawson, and I believe he felt he was cut off by the time limits. He was going to try to do, I think, what we already tried to do or attempted to do by adding evacuation routes into the planning process. And that's really the point he was trying to hit, is that there should be multiple points of evacuation through the planning process, which really probably begins at the sketch plan or that concept level planning process versus going clear down. His point was that it was occurring in the city at the wrong level of the process, at the final plat process, rather than earlier.
So I was going to touch on, I think one of the comments was the master plan does not lay out a list of water rights that individual water providers should seek to obtain. Obviously, we're not in a position to do that. The water rights market is pun intended, fluid. And it's, to be able to target water rights that may be available for sale for an individual water provider really is not feasible. I can tell you with a lot of certainty, and I think I said it last time, a lot of those water providers are now teaming up, working together to not only acquire additional water rights in the form of renewable water, but also teaming up to develop infrastructure, connect infrastructure to deliver that water. Now, we're not, that's privileged information, right? Those are separate entities altogether. Most of them are quasi-governmental, so you can go out and attend their meetings, you can ask for that information. That's really in the weeds beyond what even the Water Master Plan discusses, but those are conversations that we can certainly have as a result of having adopted the Water Master Plan at the sketch plan level, at the PUD level, at the zoning level. How are you delivering additional water, and have you diversified your portfolio of water rights to the point of including renewable water resources? But to identify certain water rights that should be sort of sought after, I don't think we're in a position to do that today. And it's not to diminish that comment. I think it's a great comment. Certainly everything that the Water Master Plan speaks to, it's just those are individual buying decisions that those water providers are going to have to make.
Mr. Carlson, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just had a comment relating to the mapping of former fires and so forth. The ones that are on the map right now are relatively recent fires. That Broadmoor fire was, by my math, 66 years ago, and you can grow a full-size pine tree in 66 years, I believe. So it really doesn't apply anymore. I don't believe it. And we know that any forested area is an area of danger. So I don't think that's required at this point.
And I think the only reason we have those two is because they were so recent that they were actually identified in GIS, so it was a layer that we could just bring over because we had that information already.
Any other comments, Mr. Bailey?
And just on that, it seems to me that all the other ones that are on there are in unincorporated El Paso County. If we go back and put that one, that's smack in the middle of, that's all incorporated Colorado Springs now, where that Broadmoor fire was, between that and Fort Carson. So it's less relevant to this plan. And again, yeah, you could go back, you could go, whatever. It's a good example of, throughout this plan, what we're seeing is we're seeing the debate between there's too much of this or there's too little of this. To any one person, if your area of expertise or your primary focus is on emergency management, then you want, and we saw this and we corrected it in many cases, we saw where some agencies put in gave Mark a whole bunch of information and we put it in there. And then through the review process, we said, you know what, this is not, it's not an emergency management plan. It's a master plan. We're going to reference some things. Likewise, it's not a water plan. We have a water master plan. We're going to put in some things. We're going to provide some context in this master plan to point you to the right direction. But it can't be all things to all people. At some point, it has to be a summary that provides enough guidance for its primary purpose, but acknowledges all those other things around it. And so that, for me, has been the biggest challenge. And again, probably the source of my frustration, my greatest frustration, is because the consultant and the staff, the MPAC, and the Planning Commission have all worked together for more than 2 years to get to this point. And it hasn't just happened in a vacuum. The public has had opportunities to be involved in this from the beginning. But what we're seeing is the public comments that we're getting are, you don't talk enough about my specific, priority. We don't know how many people are out there whose, priority is dealt with perfectly adequately. Maybe the public is happy with what we've done up to this point. Maybe that's a better way to look at it. It's not that they don't care, it's that they're satisfied. And so any idea of more public comment just seems to me to be, why would we keep treading water when we don't know what the result is going to be? The opportunities have been there. So I'll stop, I'm sorry, but I think we have a good plan. I think the addition that you made on the evacuation routes makes perfect sense. Water, we have a water plan, and this does kind of by definition consider the impact on the people. Because ultimately the people that have come to this county, whether they came 50 years ago or a year ago, have changed the character of the county. And our job is to make sure that the way the county develops in the future accommodates all of those people. And so I kind of tried to touch on all the comments that we've heard today. And again, it's not, despite my earlier outburst, I do appreciate public comment. I appreciate the need. What I get frustrated about is, don't tell me again what you told me 20 times just because you haven't gotten the answer that you want. My kids tried that and it never worked. So anyway, thank you.
Mr. Bailey, I think that's a valid point. If there's a fine line between adequately addressing subjects and including everything that everybody should know about the subject, If you did that, this document, nobody would be able to download it because it'd be 20,000 pages, literally. When you start bringing all the other documents that we reference, it would be unbearable. So I think to your point, you have to strike that balance. And that balance was weighed, and ultimately the outcomes of that were determined by the MPAC and by this Planning Commission. And then we received comments on it from the public. And you're right, it's not gonna fully address every little subject. It just can't. That's not the purpose of a master plan or a comprehensive plan. So hopefully you all feel like we've struck that balance.
Mr. Carlson, did you have another comment? And then
Yeah, I just have a quick comment, and I think it's a great plan, and the staff and everybody involved has done a fantastic job, and I think it's a great document. I would ask that we maybe provide a gentleman's comment about not being able to read the size 9 font or whatever, and we all know we can blow it up on our computer, but that is tantamount to looking at it through a through a magnifying glass. And I don't know if there's a way that we can pick a font and then it just blows it up to that and we can read it that way. Again, accessibility to the document I think is important, and people being able to read it. As far as downloading, maybe there's a way to download chapters versus having to download the whole thing at once, if that's possible, so that people can pick, hey, I'm concerned about this, let me just look at that. And then having, again, I brought it up earlier, I don't think anywhere in here does it direct people, if you've got further questions, that, hey, come to the El Paso County front desk and ask us a question, or we've got large font copies, hard copies there you can look at, or if you want to see a better map, come down there and we'll help you out.
I think I'd like to take a stab at making it available and how we're going to make it available, and then actually come back and present that to the Planning Commission at a later date so you all can see, because accessibility is absolutely critical for me. And I'll just tell anybody, if there's a page of the document or page, a series of pages that you'd like to see in larger print, we'll print it whatever size you want. We got a plotter that will print 24 by 36. At that point, if you can't read it, we probably have to have a different conversation about, Braille or something else, but we're happy to do that wherever possible, because accessibility to the document for everybody is very important to me. I like the idea of maybe uploading individual chapters, but I think I want to take a stab at that. We want to get through the document itself, make it downloadable. You can zoom in as you identified, but if that still doesn't get there for some folks, we'd like to work on that, and then come back and maybe do just sort of a display for you all, a report item to show you how we've put it out there for the public to consume.
Mr. Trowbridge, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As rich as the English language is, we're sometimes also constrained by it, and so the title of our document, Master Plan, can have a lot of different connotations to it. And I'll associate myself with what Mr. Bailey said earlier. It's not a detailed, here's everything plan, as in master plan for everything. And I interpret it as an overarching plan. It's a guidance document. It has we've tried to capture all the important concepts that we need to consider as we go forward with land planning. And so in that sense, then, it's appropriate that we have, or continue to have, these separate sub-documents, the water master plan, the transportation plan, the parks plan, which do then drive down to that lower level detail that we need. So I'm happy with what we've got. I think we've got a great document. Doesn't mean there aren't some typos still here and there that need to be fixed, some tweaking of the words. I'm happy to do all that. But I think we have a good product here.
Mr. Trowbridge, I think you hit on something in terms of the term of art master plan. Obviously, we didn't make that up. That's something that comes directly out of state statute. So we would definitely want to run afoul of state statute. We try not to do that wherever possible. Otherwise, my friend over here comes after me. But that's where that term of art comes from, just for the public's information.
Please.
Joan, is your microphone on? Thank you.
Sorry. As we stated in the May 6th meeting, this is a 2.5-year process. Didn't happen in a vacuum, didn't happen overnight. I think it is an outstanding plan. I'm very pleased with the final product. Having been this commission's rep to the Water Master Plan, these plans become near and dear to the hearts of those of us who work on them. And we take that responsibility quite seriously, and to ensure that we are bringing forth, whether it's staff or commissions, the very best final product to our county residents, to ensure that we have an overarching plan to go forward. This county is going to continue to grow whether we like it or not. It is. Just come to my neighborhood. And so I commend the staff. Mark, you have done yeoman's work on this. I can't even begin to thank you enough for the work that you have done on this plan and the hours that you have spent on this plan. And I know you look forward soon to your retirement, which is well deserved. So thank you very much.
Hey, let's not talk about retirement yet. We like having him around.
Yeah.
Any other commissioners have comments right now that you'd like to make? Seeing none, I do think our lunch has arrived, so maybe I'll suggest we take a recess for lunch, and then I'm assuming there might be a few adjustments that county staff would like to make and possibly just review with us after our break. Is that?
Yeah, we can do, I think I heard one edit. If there was any other ones, please let me know. I think I heard the airport one,
yeah,
and then the one on the evacuation route, so we can show what that would look like.
Right. I think closing the loop on the airport discussion would be important.
Nina's probably already got them done, but I'll pretend like we haven't done them and say we'll do them.
Very good. Okay. Unless there's anything else, we'll take a break right now. Maybe if we came back at like 12:30, half an hour,
yeah,
give or take. Okay, let's do that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the Planning Commission hearing back to order, please. So prior to our break, we discussed a couple of changes that the commissioners wanted to make to the master plan, specifically some language about airports and emergency management, fire, evacuation sorts of topics. And I think the staff has made some proposed changes that we're going to review at this point.
Mark Ebert, Development Services, for Planning Community Development. That used to be our old name. Like I said before, and then it was land use, and then it was something else. Nina's going to pull up some new stuff that we are going to show you, those changes that you agreed to or spoke about this morning. She's going to share the screen, I think. If I had a keyboard up here, I'd be going like this, trying to smash it to do something. Yeah, it really works well. What's that?
Ms. Ruiz is holding up the show once again.
Yeah, I take back all the nice things I said about the staff and their outstanding support. Clearly, I was mistaken.
Somebody needs to take him out and whoop him.
And the discussion here was to move this sentence with a slight modification over to the left underneath essentially the airport discussion. If you could pull the screen down just a little bit. Yeah, right there under airport, it would follow up after that. What's that?
At the very bottom of that paragraph, this is added at the end of that paragraph.
Yes. And she'll pull up the next one.
So that's acceptable then to all the commissioners, I believe? Okay, very good.
As several people have pointed out, we reference an appendix. And the appendix really was to attach these documents, and it's not the appropriate thing to tie them right into here, but to provide a reference to them, and we'll make that available on our website. Next one. I think we showed you a reference and a picture of the Falcon Fields project in the Falcon area that will then, should be a regional center. And we want to make sure you know that when you change that, it could change a couple other maps in other locations of the document. We'll identify those directly to the consultant, and they'll update those other ones. This is a slight modification of what I showed you before or presented, and there's a little more at the end of this based upon Mr. Lawson's comments.
I'm sorry, could you go back? I wasn't quite finished with that one. Sorry. Okay, thank you.
And in this case, we'll just define REPI at the start of the process. And that was the last ones, presuming that you agreed to the previous ones. We can pull them all up on the screen if you like, but I don't think you had any comments or concerns with those other changes.
I don't believe there were any concerns or additional comments.
I do have a question just regarding general edits, and we kind of, I think, touched on it briefly earlier, that if staff or the consultant discovers any additional tweaks, as Mark just alluded to, for example, that might roll through that our resolution recommending adopting this includes the language that says they can make other such minor edits as are necessary to affect the intent of the Planning Commission, something like that.
Yeah, that's specifically in the resolution. I think when we pull it up.
Mr. Carlson?
Question, Mark, if you can go back to the evacuation language.
Okay.
In the last Planning Commission meeting, we had a change in access to a gentleman was subdividing a piece of property, and we ended up reducing the amount of access points down to one off the main artery. Does this language keep us from being able to, or you from being able to do that? It says shall continue to require new developments to provide multiple points of access.
The language is right in the land development code that you have to have two means of access if you have more than 25 lots.
25
those
lots, okay.
kinds of things.
All right.
I don't think this binds anything. One, this document is advisory too, but it does, part of the issue, and if you may recall what's happening in the city of Colorado Springs now, is one of the alternatives is to access directly to Powers Boulevard, which the state won't allow. And that's kind of maybe some of the discussions, is this doesn't force additional accesses to any roads.
Right. Okay. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Other discussion, or I guess Mr. Gebhardt, or if that's the extent of the
That's the extent of the staff's presentation here.
I would assume then that the commissioners would like to take this up for approval at this time. So perhaps, Mr. Gebhardt, you could walk us through the resolution that's being put forth.
Yes, it's in, I believe it's in your backup package, and there may have been an addition to it that I think this one will show the addition, because there was a concern that we didn't list all the plans. We'll kind of zoom in. This is when normally you take an action that you have a, I a canned resolution. This one's got to be a little different because simply adopting the master plan may be a simple resolution, but in this case, we're deleting parts of the master plan, of the previous master plan. We have some conformance with state statutes that you didn't have with the water master plan. So we've added a whole lot of things to this resolution that we're proposing that you adopt. If you've had a chance to look at it, it's been reviewed by the county attorney's office. We've done several levels of review at this point. I can pull up any parts of it if you like. There's a whole lot of whereas. The statute does say maps, plats, charts, descriptive and explanatory manner to show the county recommendations for the development of territory covered by the plan. In our view, we've provided all that as a part of this process going forward. We do have maps, charts, territories as a part of the master plan you would be adopting. We did go through a public process through this master plan. We didn't list every single meeting we had here, but boy, we had a lot of those through this process. Then we start to get to what this new master plan would do. It would supersede, replace, and delete outdated policy plans, small area plans, and sketch plans that amended the master plan. For anyone here who's new or didn't hear the prior presentation, for a time period, some sketch plans amended the master plan. Those have been essentially deleted from the, or will be deleted from the process because they're already implemented or will not be implemented in the future because the zone changes have already occurred. There's a specific reference in statute in the last 2 years that says the plans, the master plans, and we did this also with the water master plan, can help implement the Colorado water plan. And so we've connected those two. We've brought some of the master plan, some of the water master plan in here, and also we did it directly in the water master plan itself. But we comply with the state statute there. We comply with the state statutes on response or providing information to the military bases. They were very active in the process. First, we interviewed them at the start of the process. Then they were part of the advisory committee and attended a number of meetings. And finally, we adopted or listened to a lot of their comments. We didn't implement all their comments from the various bases, but we recommended you implement certain portions of them. There's a different state statute that provides that if you have mass transit, you have to coordinate with other entities within the area. On our review entities, the 200+ review entities, we included all the other counties in the area, so we've complied with this part of the statute as well. We are not changing the mineral master plan. That's a topical element of the master plan. We retain the drainage basin plans because those are a part of our, essentially a drainage fee schedule that we have going forward. This plan, because we have referenced and brought in from the destination master plan for the city of or for Pikes Peak region, we comply with the statute for recreation and tourism. We didn't ask that you adopt the destination master plan because that's really for the region, but we brought parts of that into this plan. We reviewed all local plans that have for other jurisdictions, and I think we've listed a bunch of those. It's really interesting that other jurisdictions have recently updated their plans, and I think we've done a good job of trying to match into their plans and our plans. So the next portion is that you've thoroughly evaluated the master plan. That goes back to our discussion of how the Planning Commission's been involved in this process and how these hearings have been extensive. And then these are the standard standards resolution requirements here. And then you go, be it resolved that you would adopt this master plan. But additionally, we have to certify, the Planning Commission has to certify the master plan to the Board of Commissioners. There's been some confusion. People that are used to the city say the city council adopts the master plan. It's not, that's not what the statutes provide for the county. It's this body that adopts the master plan and has to certify it to the Board of County Commissioners that this is the official plan. We are planning for that to potentially occur in June.
I have a question about that. So does Mr. Risley, as the chair, need to attend that and be there, or do some members of the Planning Commission need to be there to perhaps address the Board of County Commissioners about the plan?
Mr. Risley and Mr. Bailey will intend to be present for that meeting. It's at this point scheduled, or we have envisioned that it would be the 22nd of June.
However, Mr. Trowbridge, I think any other commissioners that are available and interested in attending, I would highly encourage you to do so. I think, you know, the thought process was that myself as the chair and Mr. Bailey as sort of the primary representative on the advisory committee. However, as we all know, there are a number of other commissioners that have also served on that advisory committee, including yourself, Mr. Trowbridge, as the alternate. So I would, you know, again, encourage any of you that are available to try to attend that.
Can you use 9 pens signing it so we can each have one? Like
Again?
Can you use 9 pens when you sign it so we
9
can
pens,
each have
there you
one?
go. I like that. Along similar lines, we were saying that maybe we should divvy up reading this resolution into the record and have each of us read a portion of it. I don't know if that's a little...
Pursuant to statute, we also have to certify this to the municipal planning, the city planning entities, the 8 in the community. Interestingly, unrelated, partially unrelated, is we now can do that electronically. It used to be we'd have to make a copy and send it to them, and they'd have to send something back to us. We now can make that available digitally. And in this case, you ask the Secretary of the Planning Commission to record the action. Then we have some language about how this affects the zoning regulations, the subdivision regulations, et cetera. And then we get into the meat, that this plan now replaces the policy plan, the small area plans, the sketch plans that amended the master plan, but retaining specifically the topical elements, the drainage basin plans, and then we talk into, or we provide some provisions that I think hit your point, Mr. Trowbridge, is that you're authorizing the Planning Community Development Department to make minor editorial and formatting changes to make this document a final version. I think with this discussion, you have heard some additional changes here today that you may need an additional condition in here to essentially adopt those additional things we brought forward.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms.
On that specific point, you can simply do that in your motion if you prefer. Or you can add it as language to the resolution, but you can move to adopt this resolution incorporating all of the changes to the plan itself as presented on the record.
Very good.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Trowbridge.
Mark, if you could scroll back up to the paragraph about the plans that aren't being changed. Yeah, right there. Do we need language, since we know, for example, that the Parks Master Plan is getting ready to be revised? Should the language in this be those specific plans or subsequent amended plans? Or something like that? I'm just wondering, how do we, otherwise, does it immediately become out of date in a few months when the new Parks Master Plan is in place? Or do we have to come back and adopt that new master plan? Or can we just take care of it here by saying, we're not changing these plans now, but if they change, they become incorporated as the latest revision, something like that? I don't know what the right language is.
That's a good question.
We'll let Lori answer that one.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I recommend, my recommendation for clarity's sake would be to just take it one step at a time. When the Parks Master Plan comes in front of you, it will amend and supersede, which then by incorporate, so it'll all work out, and I recommend we just take it one step at a time.
Although that is a good point. I think
I'm good with that.
Mr. Trowbridge, that things will change over time, and how do we just ensure that that's in lockstep? So. Okay.
That's all I have. Mr. Dossi, do you want to?
So, Commissioners, before you take action, I have 4 planners sitting up here. A 5th one had to go to another meeting and do the work that she does. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the person that is responsible for getting us to where we are today. When I meet with my staff, we meet now twice a year. I meet with every single individual in my department twice a year. And a lot of the back and forth that I have with that, with every staff member is, what do you want to do here at El Paso County? As you move along in your time with the county, what do you want your legacy to be? That's tough. It's tough to define for some people, right? Because everybody has a different role. Everybody, has different exposure to you all, to the Board of County Commissioners, to the public. I think it's important to recognize that everybody's role is very important in what we do. But when you have somebody who's been working for the county for 34 years, 34 plus, that you can hand a project to like this, and they pour themselves into it. And not only from an effort standpoint, but when you have somebody with the mental resources that Mark has, who knows the history, ask any of the planners, Mark knows the history of every property in El Paso County, which I don't even know how that's possible. But when you have somebody that has that aptitude, but also is willing to put in the effort and work with people, sometimes listen to very disparaging comments from people that are, in my opinion, at times personal attacks, but still smile, still be willing to try to do the right thing. That is a very humbling thing for me. That legacy is not defined by one thing. It's not going to be defined by this plan, but it is defined by the effort and the drive to do the right thing for the county. So when I talk to my other planners specifically, I want them to remember this day, the day that we changed the course of long-range planning for the county. That is not a little thing. And we, Mark and I, aren't going to be here forever, right? So they're the folks that are going to be implementing this. They're going to be the ones standing in front of you at land use hearings saying this does or does not meet or is or is not consistent with the master plan. That sort of handing off of sorts is so important. And to have somebody like Mark, who's been educating these newer planners, and I'm a newer planner by comparison, Carrie's a newer planner by comparison, and Nina, to educate all of us through this process, and I know educate all of you as well as our advisory committee, is a huge blessing to our staff and to the community. I didn't want you to take an action on this without knowing how important that is. So thank you all for the time that you put into this. We have been very blessed to have Mark as the project manager on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just underscore and maybe echo some of Mr. Dossey's comments. As a county, we are incredibly lucky to have somebody with Mark's dedication and commitment to the county. And I think we are living in a better place as a result. And so thank you, Mark, for all of your hard work and the effort that you've put into making this, I think, a lasting legacy for our county and for our residents.
It's been a long road.
Well, thank you. Any comments that commissioners would like to make before we entertain a motion on this resolution? Okay. Seeing none, would a commissioner like to make a motion with regard to the master plan adoption? Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt resolution number MP 21-001 as presented here and including the adjustments that we made to the master plan during this session.
Second.
Second from Ms. Treese. Are there any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. As it regards the adoption of our master plan, Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Ms. Fuller.
Aye.
Mr. Trowbridge.
Aye.
Ms. Treese.
Aye.
Ms. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Aye.
Mr. Carlson.
Aye.
And the chair will also vote aye. So our master plan is adopted, which is a great day. Is there any other business that we would like to try to cover today?
We have 4 more special meetings scheduled. No, I'm just kidding. Kidding. I'm kidding. Ms. Chair, thank you for all the time involved in this. I know the special meetings was asking a lot considering the workload you already have with land use items. One of our members at the kids table over here asked me, when are we going to get back over to regional building for our hearings? I am working on that with regional building right now. They are the landlords, so we got to get their approval. Ideally, we'd be able to get everybody back up on the dais in that setting. As of right now, we're going to continue meeting here until we get that firm word and kind of transitioning to that. I would like to talk about days of the week because this has kind of brought clarity to sometimes we're split on Tuesdays between Board of County Commissioners and Planning Commission. But we can talk about that at a later date. But I look forward to transitioning to that. You will start seeing projects that come in from today forward that will be evaluated under the new master plan. I'm working on drafts of the kind of restructuring the staff report to really look at Chapter 3 mostly, but other considerations as well. So keep in mind that just because the first few don't have that, that's because they were submitted under the old master plan. So it will take a little while to see that, but we'll be working in that direction. So just wanted to highlight that if you don't see that in the next set of staff reports, that's because they came into the old master plan. But you all did yeoman's work. I mean, a lot of time involved in this. Those of you that were on the Master Plan Advisory Committee, thank you. It's not a paid gig. To receive disparaging comments from the public, I think is very unfair because you all did a lot of work and you made it what it was. And I greatly appreciate that. And with that, I have nothing else today.
Not a couple of extra consent items that we want to pull onto a regular.
We thought about throwing a few on there just for good measure, but we steered clear of that.
Ms. Trees.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to Mark and Craig's leadership, I think we would be remiss as a board to not publicly thank Nina and Tracy for their hard work on this plan and the hours that they have put into this plan and keeping the commissioners on track, and also to our guys up in the booth who give us all the wonderful stuff on the screen when technology behaves itself, and their hard work in these hearings. And I just really appreciate everyone's efforts.
Joan, I couldn't have said better myself. We have a lot of folks working behind the scenes that you all don't see that make this happen. It takes a whole village to make these kind of things happen. And as you know, Tracy is leaving us. I'm pretty convinced she stuck around just to get through this hearing. And so we are very grateful. And of course, you know, Mark's technological abilities were certainly bolstered by Nina hanging over his shoulder. So very helpful in that capacity. Thank you, Joan. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trowbridge?
I'd also like to express my thanks to Housel Levine, John Housel, for coming out and helping guide us through this process and all the work that his firm has done to help make this plan a reality. So thank you, John, for everything you guys have done.
Mr. Trowbridge, I don't know if I've shared my story about how I met John.
Uh-oh.
I was on the selection. I was on the selection committee. I was invited by the city of Colorado Springs to be on the selection committee for who they were going to hire to do Plan COS. And John and his firm interviewed for that. I scored them the highest. Not everybody else did. And City of Colorado Springs chose not to hire Housel Levine, which I thought was an excellent move, because then it freed them up to do our plan. Fast forward a few months, and I actually ran into John at the National Planning Association National Conference, the American Planning Association National Conference in New Orleans, Louisiana, and I said, hey, we have an RFP out. What would you think about putting a bid in on that? And kind of went from there. But thank you for saying that, Tim. I really appreciate that. John's group, you know, we went through a few folks, but nothing ever dropped off. And I think that was because of John's oversight on the project. John was great. You know, you all were at some of those public meetings, fielding questions and answering questions about what a master plan is. Having that, you know, that broader understanding of planning certainly helped in that context. So very, very happy with the relationship that we had with them. Thank you. Sorry, Joan? Well, we'll discuss that once we're off the air.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay. Seeing none. Again, thank everyone. I would like to thank everyone for just an incredible effort. This is truly a monumental day for our county, and your efforts are all very much appreciated. So with that, we will stand adjourned.